return to the record in State versus Yoakum, CR 2024-289. I'll note the presence of counsel, the defendant. Our jurors are not yet with us. Counsel, two housekeeping matters from me. First, Mr. Crawshaw, I see that you've submitted a couple of requests for additional final jury instructions. What I'm going to be doing as I see those is I'm going to include those in our final draft packet, and then we'll discuss those as we move forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just so you know, Ms. Ortman, I think I looked at all of your requested finals, and I think they're all in my standard packet, or what we did is we get to finals in a couple of days. If you think I've missed anything, please make sure you let me know. Another housekeeping matter, the first witness today I think is Detective Richardson. He was coming in for a search warrant this morning, and so we have limited traffic patterns, but as Mark brought him in, there was no jurors in the hallway as he entered my office this morning and left. I just didn't want the appearance that the first witness of the day was in talking to the judge on something potentially related to the trial. So we were careful with those traffic patterns. The warrant has nothing to do with this case. Okay, and Ms. Ortman, Detective Richardson will be your first witness?
He is.
Okay, and anything else before we get started this morning?
Your Honor, I haven't had the opportunity to check my email this morning. What are the requested jury instructions?
Mere presence.
Okay.
And alibi, I think were the two. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Which, and Mr. Crawshaw, the mere presence doesn't seem, at this point, given your defense, I'm inclined to give that. The alibi we'll have to watch. In some way, they almost seem contradictory, but you can tell me why you think they may fit or not. Alibi seems to say he was somewhere else. Mere presence seems to say he was there, but we'll get there when we get to the end. I'm just going to, like I say, put them in the packet. Final instructions we won't get till we're done with all the witnesses, states, and defense.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Ortman, anything else then?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and if you'd like to go ahead and have the detective go ahead and come on into the back of the courtroom, that's fine with me. Mr. Crawshaw, anything else before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. Mark, let's go ahead and bring in our jurors then. Okay, please be seated, everyone. I'll note the presence of our jurors. Welcome back to day 2. Thank you for being here. One thing I think that I should mention to our jurors, I think there may be one or two of you that have some back issues. If you need to stand during the presentation of evidence, please feel free to do so. If you're not in the back row and need that, Mark can move you around a little bit. And again, if I'm not taking frequent enough breaks for those type of issues, let Mark know on that, and I can maybe change up where we're going. Okay, Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Dylan Richardson.
Okay. Detective, if you could make your way up front, our bailiff will help you all the way to the witness stand, and then before you sit down, I'll ask you to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if I could just make sure as you do answer questions that you get right up to close to the microphone, maybe put it up so it points right down. Furthest over right juror, can you see, or do I need to have the TV moved a little bit? Okay. Ms. Ortman.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
What do you do there?
And Ms. Ortman, is your microphone on?
I'm a detective. I work in the, I'm a narcotics detective at the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, and we don't have to get too far into your training and experience for that position.
Okay.
But what is some of your training and experience?
So I've been with the department for approximately 9 years, graduated the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy in 2016. Just after that, I completed the Arizona State Troopers Academy, and then I completed the 12-week field training phase program. I worked in the Highway Patrol Division for DPS from 2016 to 2020, so for about 4 years. Then I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division in 2020, and I've been there ever since. Since then, I've completed our Arizona Department of Public Safety Detective School, which is about 2 weeks. I've attended crime scene investigation schools. I haven't attended a homicide investigation school. In 2022, I obtained my Federal Aviation Administration Part 107 license to fly drones, and then I completed our department drone operator course, so I can utilize our drones throughout our department.
It's that last portion of your training that I think we should probably focus on. When you say you've gotten your aviation license to fly drones, what is that?
I went through a course online. It's FAA. It calls it Part 107. That's just where it's classified in FAA. Completed an online course through there, and went to a flight school. Passed a written test. It was actually on a computer, but passed that test, and then they give you a license saying that you understand them.
And how is that applicable towards your duties as a law enforcement officer?
It's really Part 107 is like our department requires it because it's for commercial purposes. So.
Okay. And do you utilize that, the flying drones, to take pictures?
Yes.
And is that something that you'll do to document crime scenes?
Yes.
And is that also something that you would do to help assist other agencies?
Yes.
Is that something you get called out on occasion, by various agencies in Gila County?
Yes.
And on June 27th of 2024, did you happen to get called out to assist with some documenting a crime scene?
Yes.
And can you tell us about what you did?
Yeah. I was provided a couple maps from the Gila County Attorney's Office. They asked if I can go out and fly some fire scenes near milepost 270 on State Route 87. I responded out there, myself and Department of Public Safety Trooper Kilborn. We responded out there. Based off the maps, we found 2 of the scenes. I placed my drone out there. On the controller, essentially, I can create a flight route, and I draw like a square around an area that I want to document, and I put in the elevation, how much overlap on the photographs I want to capture, and then I just push start on the controller. The drone goes up and flies the route by itself and takes all the pictures, comes back and lands.
And then when it comes back and lands, do you review the images that it captured?
Yes, I make sure it captured all the images that I put in the map or in the grid, and then I take that. The pictures go onto the SD card on the drone, and then I usually place those in evidence.com.
Okay. So I'd like for you to please take a look at, and Mark, I don't know if you need to help him, please, sir. States Exhibits 25 through 31.
Mr. Crawshaw, is yours working this morning?
I just need to pull it up.
Okay.
I'm going to give just one moment.
Go ahead.
Okay. So are you familiar with the States Exhibits 25 through 31?
Yes.
What are they?
Aerial photographs of the apparent fire scene.
Okay. And are State's Exhibits 25 through 31, fair and accurate representations of the area as taken on June 27th of 2024.
Yes, I'm trying to find 29. Yeah, yes,
Okay. So you've looked at all of them, including, was there 29 an issue, or you just having a hard time pulling it up?
it was loading.
Okay. So you have reviewed 29, and is that a fair and accurate image?
Yes.
Okay. State moves into evidence, State's Exhibits 25 through 31.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. States 25 through 31, each of those are admitted?
Permission to publish?
Yes. Just let the clerk know when you're ready on the first one?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. If you could please look at State's Exhibit 25, that's up for the jury right now.
And maybe, Detective, on the left screen you have there, no, the left screen, that will be what the jury is seeing, so that's probably most helpful.
Okay.
And Ms. Ortman, I think you can make that an entire screen if you wanted to. That may be bigger for everyone.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Is there something in the bottom right if you roll over there? Well, I guess maybe that's as big as it goes. Nope, not there. There you go. Bigger.
So what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 25?
An aerial photograph over the, looks like over a Forest Service road with some burned vegetation and some other trees around.
Okay. And if we could take that down. Okay. I'm showing State's Exhibit 26. And what is that there?
Looks like similar photos before, a photo of a Forest Service road, some trees and some burned vegetation.
Okay, so is this the same spot as State's 25? Same area?
Yes, just looks like some overlap.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, State's Exhibit, 27. Is this sort of a further back view of 25 and 26?
Yes.
Okay. And does this show some kind of off-road path or trail that's going through the forest?
Yes.
And in the top right corner of that image, is that the 87?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, State's Exhibit 28. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph with a Forest Service trail with some trees and looks like some, the screens are a little, the resolution's a little different up here, but my right screen looks like there's some burned vegetation in the top right part of the picture.
And is this the same area as 25, 26, and 27, or is this a different area?
This is a different area.
Okay. So how many scenes did you document?
2.
2. So this would be, State's 28 would be the second scene.
Yeah, yes, that's how I documented it in my drone. The first one was I documented as scene 1. This one I documented as just scene 2 in the drone for photograph files.
Okay. Thank you, if we could. State's Exhibit 29. What are we looking at here?
Looks like a much higher photograph. Looks like the highway and Forest Service trails.
Okay. And so in the bottom of that image, is that, there's a road that's depicted, is that the 87?
Yes, it looks like 87 right there.
Okay, and then there seems to be sort of almost parallel, or there's a straight path. Is that basically like the power lines that are running through that area?
If my memory serves correctly, yes.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 30? And what is this one here?
It looks like same photo as before, just a different overlap, maybe a little bit farther, based on the highway, a little farther north.
Does it not show the 87 in the bottom of the?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at here?
Looks like the same photo as Exhibit 29, just a little bit zoomed in or maybe lower elevation.
A little lower, and is that still the 87?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Did you interview any witnesses in this case?
No, sir.
Who went with you to take these photos?
Excuse me, sorry.
Was there anybody else with you when you were called out to fly your drone?
Yes, sir. Trooper Kilborn.
And who else?
And who else? No, just me and Trooper Kilborn.
Okay, did you know anything about what had happened up there?
No.
Did any other law enforcement officers debrief you on what had happened up there?
To my knowledge, no.
Would it have been helpful if they had?
Possibly.
Would you have known what to take pictures of a little bit more?
Possibly.
Were you asked to take pictures of anything else specific?
No, just I was shown a couple of maps, and if I could just document those scenes. And I believe there was 3 maps shown to me, but we only located the 2 scenes that we photographed. That was it.
Okay, so did you fly your drone over that whole forested area?
No, I just flew it over those 2 scenes that we located.
That's what I should have said. The area that you understood the fires to be in, that's where you flew your drone?
Yes, sir.
And you were only able to see 2 fires?
That's all we saw.
Or the fires were out? You were only
yes.
able to see 2 burns?
Burned areas, yes, sir.
What was the other trooper's name?
Trooper Tucker Kilborn.
What was his involvement?
He at the same time, he brought his, I don't know in detail what it is. It's like a 360 scanner, and essentially he brought that out, and it does a 360 scan of both scenes, and it kind of gives like a, from my understanding, like a 3D walkthrough of the scenes.
Got it.
So
Have you reviewed any of his materials?
I have not reviewed his materials.
Did he do that at the same time you were flying your drone?
It was like staggered, but yes, we were out there at the same time. He would scan it. Once he was done, then I would fly it, or vice versa.
Pass the witness, please.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under, Ms. Ortman?
Yes, please.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Yes, he may.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Detective. You're free to stay or go as you choose.
Thank you.
Just a second. Any juror questions? The jurors have trained me not to ask them, but I don't want to follow your training. You have a right to ask questions of each and every witness. So any juror questions, I will not rush you. Okay, once, twice? Okay, thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Stephen Yasanowski.
Okay. Officer, if you could make your way up front towards our bailiff, he'll help you get to where the witness stand is. Before you sit down, I'll have you sworn in, so but you can go on up there.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Go ahead and have a seat. And officer, I'll ask you to get right up close to the microphone. Our acoustics in the building are poor, and so that will help everyone. And we'll sort of use it, and you can maybe bend it so it looks right at you. And if you could get close, tell us your name and spell your last name as a mic check.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Stephen Yazanowski. My last name is spelled Y-A-S-I-N-O-S-K-Y.
Okay, and if you can maybe straighten out the microphone and then move it, you're going to need to be a little closer to it. And you can pull it closer towards you, so if you can't scoot up all the way, it needs to be really close.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. And Stephen with a PH or a V?
PH, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Ortman.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the United States Forest Service. I'm currently a special agent out of the Tucson office.
And what do you do as a Forest Service special agent?
At the time of this incident, I was a uniformed patrol officer out of the Tonto National Forest in Cave Creek.
Okay. So how did you get involved in a case in Gila County?
Well, the Tonto National Forest encompasses several counties. Gila County is one of them.
Okay. And what is some of your training and experience you have to do that?
Well, as a uniformed patrol officer, we do go through specialized training, our land management police training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. In Glencoe, Georgia, we have patrol tactics, similar to what any other uniformed law enforcement officer would go to. I also have specialized training in wildland fire investigations, and yeah.
So about how long have you been doing that job?
I was hired October 1st, 2017.
Okay. On May 30th, 2024, around 4:43, were you contacted about some fires in Pine, Arizona,
Yes, ma'am.
or Pine Strawberry area?
Yes.
So what did you do when you were contacted?
I know I was off duty at the time, so I put on a uniform and advised my supervisor that I'd be en route to the area.
And what is the area you went to?
It was located in Pine. It was off of Highway 87, and I believe that it was near mile marker 270.
Is that area close to Barefoot Trailhead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that land that is USDA or Forest Service land?
Yes, ma'am. It is public land.
And what did you do? Did you do anything while you were on your way there?
I did.
What did you do while you were on your way there?
I was making contacts from the information that I knew at the time that would aid or assist in potential arson investigation.
Okay, and so what did you do to aid that investigation?
I called Deputy John Farnsworth, who's a certified bloodhound tracker, or dog handler, with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you called him on your way there. Did you have a conversation with him about, what you knew about the case at that time?
I did.
Okay. And that was while you were en route from Cave Creek to Pine?
Yes, ma'am.
And then while you were on your way, did you learn that a suspect had been apprehended?
At some point I did.
Okay. So did you get to the scene around
7:30 that evening.
Yes, ma'am.
And where specifically did you go?
I went to I believe it was the Church of Latter-day Saints, off of 87, I believe, was the highway. So it was en route to the incident area.
Okay. And what did you do at that place?
I talked to several other officers that were already on scene, and I became aware or confirmed that they did have somebody in custody at that point.
Did you interview the person that was in custody?
I did not have any direct interview with the person that was in custody at the time.
Okay. Did you receive some items of evidence from the Gila County Sheriff's deputies that you met?
I did.
And specifically at that time, you arrive on scene, you talk with them. What items did you receive at that point?
They were in they were in brown paper bags. So specifically, I wouldn't know exactly what they were, but I do recall at least one of them being containing the person's footwear or boots.
Okay. Did you also receive 2 lighters from the Gila County Sheriff's deputies?
I was aware that there were 2 lighters that were recovered. I don't know if it was actually the 2, if I received those 2, unless they were contained in those bags.
Okay. So you arrive on scene, you talk to the deputies, they give you some paper bags with some evidence in it. What do you do at that point?
I took the bag, and the incident was still unfolding, right? This was still in the preliminary stages of it. I believe I secured those items that I received in my patrol vehicle, or potentially Travis Bissett's patrol vehicle, which was my partner at the time, another USDA Forest Service uniform officer.
Okay. And at some point in time after that, does Deputy Farnsworth arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do anything between, securing the items and Deputy Farnsworth arriving?
Yeah, there was a little bit of daylight left, so I went to that trailhead area off of 270, and I secured the entrance to that with like a crime scene tape or yellow tape, just to prevent,
So just that entry area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you go further, and are we talking about where it would meet up with the 87?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so did you go further down the path or the trail beyond the entrance?
I did a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what did you do once Deputy Farnsworth arrived?
I briefed Deputy Farnsworth on what with the information that I knew at the time, and told him that we had some items that he could use as a potential scent article for his K9.
And so did you provide Deputy Farnsworth with anything that could be used as a scent item?
I did.
What did you provide?
I believe it was my boot.
Your boot?
No, excuse me, not my boot. I believe it was the boot that I received from officers on the scene.
Problem.
Okay. And after you provided the boot to Deputy Farnsworth, what did you do?
I was just preparing to assist Deputy Farnsworth with whatever procedures that he was going to accomplish with his track using his K9.
Now, when it comes to this particular area, and you said you had only been at the entrance, that you hadn't gone further down, were you familiar with the precise locations at this point in time of where these individual fires were located?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so, did you assist Deputy Farnsworth with the canine tracking?
Yes.
And this is 7:30 or after that?
Yes.
In late summer, I guess?
It was dark,
It-
from what I remember.
Okay, so it was dark at the time when you were doing this. And did you go through with Deputy Farnsworth, were you handling the dog or was he?
Deputy Farnsworth was handling the dog.
Okay. So why were you going with him then?
Well, as an overwatch, typically the handler would pay attention to the dog, and my job is to observe, hazards, anything that could be in the area that maybe Deputy Farnsworth wouldn't be aware of.
Okay. And so did you find anything of note while you were assisting and keeping an eye out with Deputy Farnsworth?
Yes.
What did you find?
So during the track, I did come across a footwear impression in the dirt near one of the fire locations.
Okay. What did you do when you found that?
I took a picture of it with my agency-issued cell phone and then included that in my report.
Did you also get a GPS location for that?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you include that as a photograph as well?
I did.
And so you find that footwear impression, you take a picture of it. What do you do after that?
I continued with the track because Deputy Farnsworth indicated that the dog was still on an active track or an active scent.
And did you find anything else of note while you were assisting, or was it just that one footwear impression?
I believe there were a couple, but I also noticed like pink flagging near that area, which would be like fluorescent flagging.
Mm-hmm. And why is that significant to you?
Well, in my experience, it would be best practice for initial responding fire crews. And it maybe not be the case in this particular case, but typically speaking, an initial attack crew, they are aware of, they usually get there within a couple of minutes of fire progression. So they're typically aware of the general area where a fire started, and they will attempt to flag off that area to let other firefighters know not to enter that area so that they kind of diminish or minimize disruption to the origin area.
Okay. And with regards to this boot print that you found, was that in that flagging area? Where was that accident?
From what I remember, it was pretty close to that area.
Okay. Did you find any other boot impressions during the course of this?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
Again, we're corresponded with the route that Deputy Farnsworth's dog was indicating that there was active scent from the received scent article. And I did the same thing. I took a picture, an approximate GPS location, and entered it into my report.
And was that in proximity to a pink flagged area, or was that somewhere else?
That was en route to where the dog was tracking to. So, no, it was just that one time, I believe, that I observed the pink flagging.
Okay. And so you're following along. About how many areas of burned vegetation did you go to? Any areas of burned vegetation or multiple?
We went to multiple. So during this track, I mean, it was a significant ways, which is typical, I guess, of any track that I've experienced to be on doing Overwatch. And because it was nighttime, we went through several areas where there was unburned vegetation. So we didn't, I guess as an example, like I wouldn't be able to see the next burn area. And again, fire suppression already took place, so there wasn't really any active flame that would tell us where the next burn area is. We were exclusively following where the dog took us to.
So were the fires entirely out by the time you began assisting with the tracking?
I wouldn't say that they were entirely out, but fire crews were gone, which meant that there wasn't really a threat of a receptive fuel catching on fire and igniting any further.
Okay, so it's not like it's nighttime, as you're walking through the forest, you can see over there is a fire and, oh, well, we clearly need to sort of get the dog over. It's not that sort of a situation?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So how many areas of burned vegetation did you end up tracking through?
From what I remember, it was three separate areas.
Now, did you, once you got done tracking through these areas with Deputy Farnsworth, did you learn of an individual who was potentially a witness in this case?
Yes,
And did you go and speak with that individual?
I did.
How many times did you talk to him?
It was one time, and that was with as an assisting officer with Officer Bissett, Travis Bissett.
Okay. If you could please take a look at State's Exhibit 44.
And our bailiff will show you how to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and you have 34 where you can see.
44.
44, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you recognize what State's Exhibit 44 is?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It is my photo log that I included in my report.
Okay. And we'll just, is it labeled as your photo log?
Yes.
And does it have your name and an incident report as well as your camera's information on it?
Yes.
So let's talk about there's a number of images on this page. Let's talk about the image that's in the top left. What is that image?
So that's the image, and then I have the actual image number that the device saves it to. And my description is the approximate GPS location of first discovered footwear impression.
Okay, so that is information that you put into your photo log?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that going to be true for all of the rest of the photos in your photo log for when it comes to the description?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to the right of that, what is that image?
It says the image number, it says approximate GPS location of first discovered footwear impression.
Okay. And then in the bottom left, what is that image?
Again, it's the image device sequence number, and then it says the description is photograph of first discovered footwear impression.
And to the right of that one, what is that?
Photograph of first discovered footwear impression.
Okay, so did you take basically two photos of that impression?
For the sequence number, it would indicate that I did take two.
Okay.
And that's why I included two.
And then we'll go down to the next page. So the top left image, what is that one?
The top left would be the sequence number that the device saves, and then the description is photograph of first discovered footwear impression.
And the top right?
Photograph of first discovered footwear impression.
Now, are these kind of, in the first two on the first page, the photo is taken from one angle, those photos are taken from one angle, and then there's a ruler, and then it seems to be turned, like, from a different angle.
From what I could tell, that's what that would indicate, and it appears, with my training, is that we would use directed lighting to enhance what I was trying to capture under these circumstances, which would be nighttime outdoor conditions.
Okay, so is that something that, based on your training and experience, you do so that you can take a series of photos so you can get sort of the best image possible?
Yes.
And I don't think I asked you about the top right one. What about that particular image? What is that one?
And are you on page 2? Which, are you on
page 2, yeah.
Page 2, the top right on
Yes,
page
sir.
2.
Yeah, so image 0950, that appears to just be a different angle of my flashlight, and another, the same footwear impression.
Okay. And what about the bottom left on that page 2?
Bottom left would be image 0951, and that would be the photograph of second discovered footwear impression.
Does that one have a ruler on it?
I'm sorry, ma'am, say again?
Does that photo have a ruler on it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is there a ruler in the bottom left?
Oh, there is
photo?
not.
Okay. And what about the bottom right photo?
That one does.
Okay. So that one, the bottom right, the difference would be the bottom right, the lighting, but also there's a measurement there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to page 3. What is the top left photo?
The top left photo at 0953 image would be the approximate GPS location of second discovered footwear impression.
Okay. And what about top right?
The top right appears to be the person in custody's footwear, or the sole, I guess, of their footwear with the impressions.
And did you receive the top right, the bottom left, and the bottom right images? Did you receive those 3 images from the Gila County Sheriff's Office?
It would indicate that I received those because the image number is different than what my device would capture.
Okay. All of the images on all of these pages, page 1, 2, and 3, are all of these fair and accurate depictions of what they portray?
Yes.
State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 44.
Any objection to 44?
I'd only ask this for limiting instruction on whether or not they portray my client's boot prints. That's an ultimate issue of fact for the jury to determine.
Okay. 44 will be admitted, and Mr. Crawshaw, we can address potential instructions at a later time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 44 is admitted.
Well, let's just be clear about these boot prints. Do you know who made them?
No.
Were you there when they were made?
No.
Did you see the boot? Are you certain you know the specific boot on the specific foot for the specific person that created any of these boot prints?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes.
So I'm showing page 1 of State's Exhibit 44. And moving on to page 2. Moving on to page 3. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Crawshaw,
Judge, can we take a brief recess?
can you approach counsel?
Yeah.
Judge, I can't hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Crawshaw is going to step out for just a moment. We're all going to wait while he does, and he'll be right back. And has Ms. Ortman seen those? Okay, okay.
But to answer the court's question in candor, she hasn't seen these two things.
Okay, would you like to take a look at those, Ms. Ortman, just now before questioning starts?
If it's the same as the exhibits, then no.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Crawshaw.
Thank you. Do you have any training in handling tracking dogs?
Yes, sir.
You've handled tracking dogs?
Or not handling, but I have training with tracking dogs.
Okay. You didn't have a tracking dog,
No, sir.
and you were just going along with the other person who was handling the dog?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you thought these boot prints matched Mr. Yoakum's?
I don't know. They were similar too. That's why I took the photo, sir.
Okay. You thought enough of the tracks, though. Let me back up. You don't know where Mr. Yoakum has been, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know when he had been there.
Yes, sir.
Did you interview any witnesses in this case?
Yes, I did.
Tell me who.
I participated in the interview with Mr. Gatz.
Yeah, you said that. I apologize. Did you interview anybody else?
Not that I would remember, unless it would be otherwise indicated in my report.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
No, sir.
But you don't remember interviewing anybody else?
No, sir.
Did you examine Mr. Yoakum's boots?
Not to any extent, sir.
Did you examine Mark Gatz's boots?
No.
Do you know how many people were on the scene? On the fire scene?
Personally, no, sir.
Who is in charge of the investigation?
That would be Travis Bissett.
Okay. So Mr. Bissett's in charge of the investigation. What role did you play?
I was an assisting officer at the time.
Okay. Did you interview any firemen?
I had some conversations with fire crews there, and I believe that was from what I remember, was to ensure that we got like an active roster or a listing of who was in that scene. And that's all I remember from that discussion. It would have been pretty brief.
Did anybody interview the firemen about anybody else they may have seen or heard?
I don't know.
Do you think that would have been a good idea?
I'm sorry, say again, sir?
Do you think that would have been a good idea?
I can't really testify to what the lead investigator or what other investigators would do. So I didn't interview them.
I know that. But in your training and experience, are you supposed to interview people who have attended the scene about what they've seen or heard?
Yeah, typically that would be an investigative procedure would be to interview.
Are you aware of anybody who searched the area outside of where the 3 fires are?
Yeah, I don't know, sir.
Say it again?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, so nobody went out to further east from where the fires were, into the forest?
I'm sorry, could you say again?
To your knowledge, nobody went further east into the forest where the fires were?
I wouldn't be aware of that, no, sir.
You wouldn't be able to what?
I wouldn't be aware of what other investigative methods or procedures were done. I was just there to assist Officer Bissett at that time.
What made you decide to take a picture of those footprints?
They were, there'd be a reasonable inference or they were corresponding with where the dog was leading us. And it's typical procedure, at least with my training, would be to take a picture that could corroborate or potentially disprove, I guess, the validity of where we were going.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in any other imprints in that dirt?
I really don't remember. I just took a photo of the ones that I was made aware of.
Can you look there, Judge? Can I move further back?
Pardon?
Can I move around with
Yes,
these?
please. Uh-huh. And if you could tell us what exhibit that illustrative exhibit compares to.
Sure. This should compare with the first page of States 44.
Oh, or the last page? The third page?
Maybe I got the page number wrong.
Okay.
Yes, the last page, and it's the last page of States 44, I think, yes.
Okay.
And it's the top right photo
Okay.
of States 44 on the last page.
So, Madam Clerk, I'll note for the record that Mr. Crawshaw has a blow-up of the top right picture of page 3 of Exhibit 44.
Yes, sir. Now, I'm going to ask just some common sense questions. I'm not being coy or
Yes, sir.
cute,
Understand.
okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you think I am, I want you to stop me and tell me so. I'm giving you that permission.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
What do you notice about these boots?
They have I guess, I don't know what using my own words, I think it's considered like maybe a lug pattern would be.
Okay. What else do you notice about them?
They're dirty.
Yep. What do you notice about the tread?
It's a lug pattern, a worn tread.
There it is. They look worn, don't they?
Yes, sir.
I would describe them as worn out. Would you describe them differently?
I guess somebody could say that. I mean, it looks like they're,
You can look on your screen
okay.
if you don't want to look at this. But if you look at here, what do you notice about that?
I see. Yeah, that looks like it could possibly be like a puncture mark or something.
What do you notice about where the balls of Mr. Yoakum's feet are?
It would be worn.
Yeah. Is there any tread or little circles?
And Mr. Crawshaw, is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay. Picking up. Okay, good. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question I interrupted?
Is there any tread or little circles right here?
It's hard to tell, but I mean, from the quality of the photo, I would say that it looks pretty worn.
Yeah, it looks smooth.
I guess I would describe it potentially as smooth.
Now, this is, I believe, from the second page of States 44. Can you look at the bottom right photo on your screen or this? Does the jury have this on their screen or up there?
They do not currently.
Can I?
Why don't you, if you want to pull it up on your computer, we can give Mr. Crawshaw access.
I have it pulled up on mine, Judge.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, do we have access for Mr. Crawshaw?
Make sure the one side of the panel on the left side is.
I don't know what to do. Okay, do you have just the exhibit pulled up? No list on the left?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
And I have.
Mr. Crawshaw, I think if you want, you're on the iPad, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think if you just use your fingers to zoom in and out, you may be able to do that on the iPad.
I don't have control yet, I don't think.
Is that the state still have, is that,
I shouldn't
okay,
have-
let's see now.
He should have equal.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay,
There we go.
okay.
Okay, so
Good second.
we're good now.
Madam, okay, it keeps going in and out. Do we know what's happening? Hold on just a second.
Under the table, Mark.
I think you got it, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Sure.
And officer, on your left screen will be what's on the big screen. So if like there's a certain area that's described, you can look at that.
Mr. Honor.
May I continue?
Yes.
So we're looking at the bottom left of the second page of States 44. Was this the first or second track you found?
It indicates in the description that it'd be the photograph of a second discovered footwear impression.
Okay, and this is after the dog had lost the track and found it again?
Oh, I don't think that, you would have to ask Deputy Farnsworth where the continuation of the track, but this was, at the time, from what I remember, the dog was on an active track.
You don't know what it was tracking?
You'd have to ask Deputy Farnsworth that question, sir.
We know what you wanted it to track, but you don't know what it was tracking.
I don't understand, like, what do you mean?
You wanted it to track the scent that you had taken from Mr. Young's boot, right?
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Okay, so we know what you wanted it to track, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the second part of the question is, well, you don't know what it was tracking.
That would be correct. That would be a question for Deputy Farnsworth.
Very good. What else do you see here in this picture? On your bottom right, below the boot print.
Are you talking about the rock or what looks like it might be another?
I'm talking about what looks like an elk or a deer print.
Oh, I want to make it clear, I'm not a impression analysis or analyst or anything like that. So, but I do spend a lot of time outdoors. Yeah, it looks like it could be potentially a wildlife imprint.
Okay. Do you know when that wildlife print got there?
I don't.
I don't either.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay.
We don't have to be able to track a low-flying bird to know. We don't know when that got there, right? We just know it's there.
Sure.
We don't know when that boot print got there either.
That would be accurate, yeah.
Now, I have a question. So on image 951 and 952, is that the same boot print?
Photograph of the second discovered footwear impression with measurement. So it would be, yes, sir, that would be the same footwear impression.
Okay. Will you look at image 950 for me?
Yes, sir.
So on image 950, I'm going to move this on the screen. There we go.
Just a second. Can we take just a second? Madam Clerk, we need to mute the screen, please.
Oh, you're good.
Let me know when you're ready again, Mr. Croshaw.
I'm ready, sir.
Okay. Okay.
So 950, that's the first discovered footwear impression.
That's what the description says, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a picture of that one without the rulers?
Is it okay if I scroll back, please?
Yes, it won't move what's on this.
Okay. First. I do not, no, sir.
Okay. So I'm looking at between, on your bottom ruler, the one that's horizontal, between inches 7 and 11, which is wider, so we're talking about between inches 8 and 10. They're right above inches 8 and 10. They're the numbers that are upside down.
And I'm sorry, sir, what photo?
Image 950.
Okay.
Okay, so what was the question, Mr. Croshaw?
I haven't got there yet.
Okay.
I was making sure he was with me. Valid point, though. Is that a dog track?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Did the dog walk in there where you found the footprint?
I guess it'd be possible, yeah.
Is that somebody else's dog?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Now, what else do you notice about the footprints in general? We're going to go back to this, to the footprints in general. What do you notice about these around the outside of the shoe?
Again, it would be like a leg pattern, a pretty common leg pattern.
So if we look at 950, the heel's on the bottom, right? Correct. Like on 950, the heel of the boot is at the bottom. Correct?
I would think, yeah, that would be the heel, yes, sir.
Okay. And you can agree with me that the image in 950 also matches the images in 952.
Well, that would be on my personal opinion.
Sure.
Because I don't,
I
again.
asked you for that, so it's fair to answer.
Correct, yeah. I'm not a footwear impression analyst or like a fingerprint analyst or anything like that. I'm just trained to understand that that may be of significance, and it appears to be a footwear impression, and I would try to capture that the best that I could.
Okay. So we have clearly defined heel marks on all 4 of your footwear impression photos.
Like, again, I would say that I'm not a trained
I know you're not.
analyst, so you want my personal opinion.
I want your opinion I want what you think right now. That's it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Can I respond?
Let's do this. Members of the jury, we've been going a little over an hour, so we're going to go ahead and take our first recess. It's 10:05 now. If you could be ready, we'll either be ready at 10:20 or 10:25, depending on how long it takes the attorneys and I. Please remember the admonition that I've given to you. Please don't discuss the matter amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the case or any topic related to the case. I'll excuse our jurors. Counsels, if you could please remain. stay right where you're at. Thank you. Mr. Crawshaw, the witness has testified that he does not have the requisite expert qualifications, experience, or training. Therefore, under 702, he could not testify. Are you asking that he testify under 701 as a lay witness?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure what, under 701, what's A, B, or C, how would it assist? A second. Rationally based upon. It seems that this is something that the jury ultimately needs to determine whether these are similar or not similar. What part of 701 do you think is applicable?
Well, Judge, can I address that?
Yes.
In the second part of my response?
Yes.
So I objected earlier when the state asked this witness if they matched the boots of Mr. Yoakum, and I asked for a limiting instruction on that, and it was denied because the jury was the ultimate fact finder. And I think in all fairness.
Just like, I don't believe that there was any testimony that there was a match. I believe that the question was, are these prints, are these the boots that were from from the defendant? And I think there was not. I would have sustained an objection if they were asking, because the witness does not have the requisite knowledge to do that, and I think he's testified over and over he doesn't have that, and he's been very reluctant to say whether these, he said, I took prints that were out there that could have been similar, that were in the area where the dog was, and these were the boots that were on the defendant.
Perhaps you're correct and the state's correct.
Okay.
I made my objection because I thought that he had testified that these prints match Mr. Yoakum's boots.
Okay. And if, I did not hear that. So, and I would have, again, if that was the case, I definitely would have sustained it because, again, this witness over and over has indicated he's not an expert in this area. I appreciate his candor on that point. I'm not sure how I'm not sure I would allow any witness to make boot print impressions when we start seeing, like, it seems like that's something, I don't know how specialized training or experience would make you an expert in that. That seems clearly something within the jury's purview. I think each of us in the room can take a look at two prints and see whether we think they're similar or not. I think you're making the argument that they're not. I think the jurors will be able, I suspect, and I would probably bet money on it, in the jury room, they will be putting up those back and forth and discussing them, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't need to be heard further.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection. We're going to take our break in just a moment. Let me just talk quick scheduling so I have an idea. Mr. Crawshaw, if you could guess about how much longer do you have on cross with this witness?
Not much.
Okay, and then Ms. Ortman, you'll have redirect, and then do you have your next witness lined up?
I do, Your Honor. It'd be Mr. Bianca.
Okay, and Mr. Bianca is in the building?
He is.
Okay, good. Counsel, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:25. Officer, if you want to, you can step off the witness stand. I'll ask at 10:25 that you be back on the witness stand for us. Okay, we'll stand at recess till 10:25. Thank you. We'll return to the record in State versus Yocum, CR 2024-289. I'll note the presence of counsel, the defendant. Officer Yazanowski is still on the witness stand, and our jurors are here. When we broke, there had been an objection, and I had sustained that objection. Mr. Crawshaw, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. What else did you do after you finished with this portion of the investigation?
Would you be able to be more specific, sir?
After you finished with the tracking dog, what happened next?
I think we did made sure that evidence transfer was there. Another officer secured the scene overnight, and then I went home.
Okay. And who secured the scene overnight?
You would have to reference the logbook, sir. I'm sorry.
No problem. Along the dog track, did you find any other footwear impressions?
I don't remember, sir.
If you had seen any other footwear impressions, would you have taken photos of it?
Yes. I mean, the lighting conditions were what they were, and the dog was moving at a pretty brisk pace, I would say. So it was, there was a lot more nuance to this. It wasn't like it was a very, what I would describe as like, my job as an overwatch would be to make sure that the dog and the handler were safe, and to collect anything that would be of, evidentiary value. I'm basically there to assist the handler. So I'm kind of working on their schedule during an event like this. I mean, this happened quite a while ago, so I would, it'd be likely that there was probably a lot of impressions out there. I took the ones that were noticeable, or captured images of the ones that were most notable.
I think you said a second ago that there was a dog tracking app.
No, sir, I didn't say that.
Okay. Is there a way to go back and look at where the dog had been?
Yes, and Deputy Farnsworth would have that material.
Sure, I know
Yes,
that.
sir.
Did you go back the next day in the daylight?
I'm sorry, sir, can you say again, sir?
Did you go back the next day when it was daylight?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Okay, did you retrace the dog's tracks?
Maybe for a little bit until we got to that intersection where I believe I heard the dog barking. That was in my report, and Mr. Gatz was there. So there was a route that was along that dog track, but I didn't do the whole thing.
Okay, so you didn't go back and, you didn't go back and do it again?
No, sir. There were already other crews out there and other investigators, so I just went to assist Officer Bissett with the interview.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes. So, on cross-examination, you were asked about a number of firefighters being in the area at the time. And Did you interview any of them?
Not to any extent. I believe I talked to and I'm sorry, I don't really know what their title was, but whoever was in charge for the fire crew, and told them that we would need a list of who entered that fire scene.
Other than doing their jobs and putting out fires, did you have any reason to believe that they were otherwise witnesses to what happened there?
No.
Okay. And your role in going out there, especially when you were taking the photos of the shoe impressions, your role was, you have a specific name for it and it is escaping me right now.
Like an Overwatch?
Overwatch, that's what
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
calling it. Okay. Yes, is to be an Overwatch. And was your role to be a shoe impression expert?
No.
Do you have any training or experience with regards to being a shoe impression expert?
No, my training is limited to just identifying that there may be a footwear impression.
And does your training and part of your duties, is that to collect evidence, whether it may or may not be relevant?
Yes.
And so in taking these photos, are you basically doing your job?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you here to render any opinions as to the tread on either the shoes that created the impressions or the shoes that were worn by Mr. Yocum? Are you here to provide any opinions on that?
No, and I'm just not trained to analyze something of that detail or nature.
Now, when you were taking these photos of these shoe prints, were you ahead of Deputy Farnsworth or behind him?
Typically, an Overwatch would be, I would be slightly behind him, sometimes almost parallel to him, depending on what hazards we may encounter.
Right, so if there's maybe a rock or a tree,
Sure.
you might have to scoot back or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Yes, ma'am.
you're pretty much with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you took these photos of these shoe impressions, do you have any reason to believe that they were Deputy Farnsworth's?
No, and in fact, I would say that, because my job is to watch what's going on around, I believe, that, Deputy Farnsworth was the one that was indicating, like, hey, there may be a footwear impression here. But again, I can't speak to what he saw. It's just, we were keeping up with the dogs, so these were pretty fast. Hey, there's a footwear impression, and I'm trying to take an adequate photo, and then we were moving on to where the dog was taking us.
Okay. And so you, Deputy Farnsworth, and the dog would all stop while you quickly take a picture, put down the ruler, and then you pick it up and move on?
Yeah, I think that accurately describes it. Most of the time, though, Deputy Farnsworth wasn't necessarily stopping with me. He would get a couple of feet, as he would point it out, like, hey, there's a footwear impression here. I would stop, try to take it as quickly as I could and as accurately as I could, and then I would basically run up to Deputy Farnsworth, who was still actively tracking.
Okay, so if he's ahead of you, you wouldn't stop and be like, oh, wait, I got another one here.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, on cross-examination, you testified about going back the next day in the daylight, and I want to talk to you about that. So the first time you went to the location, it was nighttime, and you were doing the canine track.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went back the next day, did you have knowledge, because you had been out the night previously, to know where the canine had tracked to?
Yes.
And when you went back the next day, what was your purpose in going back the next day?
Well, somewhere throughout this, I did learn, I believe from Officer Bissett, that there was somebody that was a potential witness or who lived out there. And that was at the intersection where I indicated in my report where I heard a dog barking.
Okay. So you heard a dog barking the night previous
Correct, while we were on the track.
when you were on the track. And I know this might be obvious, but was it the dog that was doing the canine sniff or some other dog?
No, it was you know, and that's my recollection. I believe it was like north of where we were at that intersection.
Okay. And so when you went back the next day, did you discover was there a dog in the location that you heard the barking come from the night previously?
Yes, ma'am. And that kind of clarified things for me because I thought it was a little bit odd to hear a dog out there. And I'm really unfamiliar with this area. You know, I work down in the valley. So when I heard that the night before when we were doing the track, it was just something that was kind of an anomaly out there in that area, right? I didn't know where it was coming from until the next day.
Why would it be an anomaly?
Well, you know, there are campers and stuff out there, but it wasn't like a wildlife sound. Like, I mean, it was distinct like domestic dog barking. It wasn't like a coyote howling or anything like that. I would describe it as what I would recognize as like a domestic dog barking.
And so did you see a camper in that location ultimately the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
That was Mr. Gatz.
Okay. And based on your understanding of where Mr. Gatz's camp was and where the dog tracked, the path of that, how would you describe that relation?
Oh, well, so the dog tracked away from Mr. Gatz's camp. So it stayed on the original scent, or what I believe would be the original scent, and Deputy Farnsworth would be able to talk about that. But where I heard the domestic dog barking was at that very distinct intersection. So there was an intersection that went to Mr. Gatz's campsite, and how I would correlate that would be the dog was still there and was still barking the next day. So it made sense, like, oh, this is where this is where I heard that noise from.
And did it line up to you as well that Mr. Gatz would have only seen Mr. Yoakum once at that time?
So that's correct. So when we went to go talk to Mr. Gatz, he indicated that he saw Mr. Yoakum, who I guess he has some familiarization with, walking in the area where the smoke originated from. And I don't remember that timeline. That would be documented, obviously, in his statement. But it was contemporaneous with the smoke that he saw. And then Mr. Gatz also, I do recall, that he did not see Mr. Gatz come from that area. So he saw him go to that area, but did not come out of that area.
You saw
where the
Mr.
smoke was.
Yoakum come from that area but not, or go to that area but not?
Correct.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay. Members of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? Let's see, I think someone may be reaching for one, maybe? No. Okay. Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under?
Yes, please.
Mr. Crawshaw?
He can be excused. I'd ask that Mr. Yasinowski remain under subpoena.
Okay. So, Officer, I'm going to excuse you physically today. It's possible that between now, we have trial today, tomorrow, and next Wednesday, that you may get a call from the attorneys and your presence may be later needed. So, but they will call you if that's the case. So thank you for being here today. You're free to go today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Peter Bianca.
Okay. Mr. Bianca, if you could just follow Mark up to the witness stand. And then once you get up there, right before you have a seat, I'll have you sworn in. Okay. And if you could raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, sir. And I'm going to ask you to scoot right up close to the microphone. People are usually uncomfortable when they click close, but I'm going to need you to be right there by it, okay? So I'm going to ask you to scoot up close, and if you could tell us your name and spell your last name.
Peter Lyle Bianca, Bianca.
Okay, and I'm going to need you to get a little closer to the microphone.
One more time.
I need you to be really close to the microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Ortman?
Mr. Bianca, where did you live on May 30th of 2024?
In my trailer behind the pie bar in Strawberry, my boss's property.
So, and were you employed at that period of time?
Yes.
And about what time did you get home on May 30th of 2024?
I normally get home about 5 o'clock.
Did you previously tell law enforcement that you got home around 3:30?
About 2, excuse me?
Sir?
Sir, would it be helpful if we get you some hearing assistance devices?
Yes.
Okay, let's try that. The building acoustics are sort of poor, so...
And I'm kind of deaf.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, is that better to hear?
Yes.
Okay. And if you have difficulty hearing either of the attorneys or myself, please ask us to repeat.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ortman, can you repeat your last question?
Yes. Did you previously tell law enforcement that you had gotten home about 3:30 that day?
I probably did, yes.
Okay. And did you, after that, after you got home, maybe about a half an hour after that, did you see the defendant?
Yes.
How do you know the defendant?
I had a van for sale and he wanted to buy it.
And so did he, how did he arrive at your trailer?
He just showed up.
Was he on foot?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that he was trying to buy a vehicle from you, a truck or a van?
A van.
A van. And did he show up on foot and then you two just immediately hop in a car and leave? Or did you talk for a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, we talked for a little bit.
Talked a little bit. And then after you talked to him, would it be fair to say you maybe talked to him for about 15 minutes?
Yes.
And then did the two of you go take a look at this van that you were trying to sell?
Yes.
Where was that van?
It's parked behind HP's in Pine.
And so you're up in Strawberry behind the pie bar at your
Yes.
trailer. The van is parked behind HB's in Pine. How did you get between those two locations?
I drove.
You drove. And did the defendant ride with you or did he walk?
No, he drove with me.
Drove with you. And so, would you, sort of following along this timeline, would it be fair to say you got to the van at HP's around 4:30?
Yes.
And did you take a look at the van with the defendant?
I showed him the van.
And did you two look at it for the van for about a half an hour?
Yeah, it was probably about that.
And then after that, what did you do?
I went home.
And how did you go home?
I drove.
Did the defendant ride with you?
No.
So you drove away and he was still behind, he was did he walk away from your van? Was he just hanging out with your van?
He walked away.
Okay, so he walks away and you drive away.
Yes.
And is that the end of your interaction with him on May 30th of 2024?
Yes, pretty much, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant that day seem happy to you?
No, he didn't seem like he was in a good mood. He was
didn't
having a
seem-
bad day.
Okay. It seemed like he was having a bad day. Was he, did he appear as if he had been drinking or consuming
I
alcohol?
thought he might have been a little drunk, yes.
Okay. And did he seem to be saying some disturbing things about maybe committing suicide or something to that effect?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Hold on just a moment, sir. Mr. Crawshaw, I think, is going to have some questions for you. Mr. Crawshaw?
Was the van what Mr. Yocum expected it to be?
No, it needed more work than he wanted to give it.
Okay. How much more work did it need?
The motor was blown on it.
Okay. Specifically, what was wrong with it?
That's what's wrong with it. The bone is blown. It needs a new motor.
Okay, is there anything inside the motor that you can say, other than generally that it's blown?
Well, the head was cracked, and one of the pistons was burned out.
Okay. And so you rode in whose van?
No, I drove my truck.
Okay. You didn't drive in, who else? There was three of you, right, correct?
No, I think there was just two of us.
It was not, it was just two of you?
Yes.
There was not a third person?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. What kind of truck did you drive?
A Ford F-150,
Okay, and so you
2007.
rode back down to the van?
Excuse me?
You rode from Strawberry, you drove from Strawberry?
Yes.
All right. And Kenneth was with you?
Yes.
And then when you finished in Pine at HB's looking at the van, you went where?
Home.
Home.
Yes.
Where'd Kenneth go?
Excuse me?
Where did Kenneth go?
I don't know. I think he went home.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Any jury questions?
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions for Mr. Bianca? I don't see any. Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under?
Yes, please.
Any objection to that, Mr. Crawshaw?
He can be excused, but not from any subpoena.
Okay. Sir, you're done today for testifying. It is possible that the attorneys may ask to have you come back between now and next Wednesday, so if you could just keep an eye on your phone.
Okay, I will.
And if you just want to leave the headset right there, thank you for being with us today, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Sasha Kuzmanovic.
Detective, if you want to make your way up to the witness stand, before you have a seat, you'll be sworn, but I'll have you come all the way to the witness stand. And Mark, or I'm sorry, the clerk will swear you in, so if you can raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, please have a seat. And Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to get real close to the microphone when you answer questions. If you could tell us your name and spell your last name for us.
My first name is Sasha, spelled S-A-S-A. My last name is Kuzmanovic, K-U-Z-M-A-N-O-V-I-C.
Okay, Ms. Ortman?
Sir, where do you work?
I work for Gila County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
I am Detective Sergeant.
And have you always been detective sergeant, or have you been something before that?
No, I've been in patrol. I got promoted to detective, and now I got promoted to Detective Sergeant.
About how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
I've been in the Sheriff's Office since 2020.
And what kind of training and experience, just sort of briefly, do you have as throughout those different positions?
So I completed a training from Maricopa County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Academy in 2020. I attended numerous trainings from different institutions and agencies, encompassing a wide range of specific topics.
So on May 30th, 2024, did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving Mr. Yoakum?
Yes.
And specifically, did you respond to a scene on the side of the road with Deputy High Street?
That's correct.
And did you assist him in that investigation?
That's correct.
And in your assistance, did you ultimately go to the Church of Latter-day Saints parking lot?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were there, did you have occasion to get any of Mr. Yoakum's property that was on him on that day?
I had a chance to inspect his lighter and torch lighter to be operational, and I assisted with obtaining his boots.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the lighter and the torch lighter. When you say inspect them to see if they were functional, what did you do?
I basically took the lighter, tried to start it, and it did work. It was operational. Same thing was with a torch.
Which lighter? We'll start it with one lighter, and then we'll go to the second one. So the first lighter, what kind of lighter is it?
It was a regular lighter, small in the size.
Sort of like a standard Bic type lighter?
Correct.
Okay. And so, did it flick on like a normal Bic lighter would?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then the second lighter, what kind of lighter was that?
It's a torch lighter, so it's butane torch lighter that you basically, when you press on, the flames come through the butane. So it doesn't have a flame. It's more like I guess the easiest way to explain, it's like it produces high heat. It does come with the flames on top of it, but not as a standard regular lighter that will produce.
Okay. So I guess like a stronger flame than...
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a little difficulty figuring out how that torch lighter worked?
I believe so.
Yeah. Did you ask the defendant for instructions on how to use it?
Possibly.
And once you figured out, with Mr. Yoakum's assistance, were you able to turn it on and make it operational?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, you obtained Mr. Yoakum's boots. Did you provide those to any other law enforcement agencies, or what did you do with those?
I believe it was handed over to the U.S. Forest Service agent.
Okay. And then ultimately, after this, did you go and interview some other potential witnesses in this case?
Correct. Acting Sergeant at the time, High Street, he's the one who tasked me to contact Timothy Stuckey and Peter Bianca, also known as a Lyle.
So did you go to Mr. Stuckey's residence?
Yes, I did.
And without getting into anything that was said, did you talk to Mr. Stuckey?
Correct.
And Is Mr. Stuckey with us today? Do you know if he has passed on?
I am not aware of it.
Okay. And then you talked to who else?
Peter Bianca,
And again, without getting into what was said, where was he residing?
Peter Bianca was residing behind the Pie Bar in Shrubbery. It is a large lot that he had a small travel trailer parked on.
Okay. So you talked with the two of them, and is that essentially your portion in this investigation?
Correct.
Have no further, oh, wait. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
No questions.
Okay. Members of the jury, do you have any questions for Sergeant Kuzmanovic? I don't see any questions. Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under?
Yes, please.
Any objection to that, Mr. Crawshaw?
I may need him back.
Okay.
I don't know that for certain, but of course, he can
Sergeant-
be excused now.
Okay, Sergeant, I'm going to physically release you today. You still may be subject to callback for this trial, so if you could be available, just check your phone or that connection. So you're all done today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Matthew Pacioric.
See. Officer, if you could just come up, our bailiff will get you to the witness stand. And right before you sit down, I'll have the clerk swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, please have a seat. As you answer questions, I'm going to ask you to get right up close to the microphone, even if it feels a little uncomfortable. If you can get up close now, we'll sort of do it as a mic check. If you can tell us your name and spell your last name for us.
Matthew Pacioric,
Okay, and can you go ahead and bend that up a little closer? There you go. And how do you spell your last name?
Paciorek.
Thank you. Ms. Ortman?
Mr. Pacioric, where do you work?
I work here in Payson, Arizona for the U.S. Forest Service.
What do you do for the U.S. Forest Service?
I'm a district ranger.
And as a district ranger, what are some of your duties?
So some of my duties include managing all the administrative, natural resource, and fire for the Payson and Pleasant Valley Ranger districts.
And what kind of training do you have to do those duties?
So I have, for the last 14 years, I've been a district ranger. Prior to that, I was a forester. And prior to that, I was a fire engine captain. I also have a degree in forestry.
What kind of degree is that?
I have a bachelor's of science degree.
So about how long in total have you worked for the U.S. Forest Service?
25 years.
And with regards to this case, did you have occasion to do a cost for restoration?
I did.
So I want to talk to you about how you go about doing that. Just in general, without specifically how you did it in this case, how could you go about doing a restoration cost for U.S. Forest Service land?
So typically, it starts with a site visit. I look at the area. I look at the damage that was caused. Based on my experience and training, I would look at what it would take to return that area to a similar state that it was before.
Okay. So you would normally go out to areas maybe where there's flooding or fires or other kinds of damages. Maybe someone took a backhoe and knocked over some trees or something like that. Otherwise damaged or destroyed the Forest Service land. And how do you go about determining what it would cost to restore that land?
So a variety of methods. I would look at, we often have similar types of activities going on, so I would compare them to possibly active contracts that we have going on for similar type of things, such as seeding or replanting, and I would compare those costs to what it would take for that specific area.
So are those costs different for different kinds of areas? Or let me back that up. Are all areas the same?
No.
Okay. So by that logic, would all costs be the same for all areas?
No.
And so what kind of area specifically, with regards to the Rockwall, the 270, and the Strawberry Canyon fires, are those three the same kinds of areas, or would you say that they would be different kinds of areas?
They were relatively similar.
Okay. So, and are those forest areas? Are they desert areas? Are they wash areas? Like, how do you classify them?
I would describe it as a forest area.
Okay. And so, in this case, did you have occasion to go to, like you said, you would go to the site, inspect it and look at it, and then, make your estimation based on that. Did you have occasion to go to the Rockwall, the 270, and the Strawberry Canyon fires?
I did.
And when did you do that?
I did that approximately a few days after the fire. I believe it was June 5th.
And after going to that fire, did you ultimately, without getting to your ultimate opinion yet, did you ultimately come to an opinion as to what the restoration costs would be?
I did.
And on June 6th, of 2024, did you author a estimation of what those costs would be?
I did.
Okay. And so, did you do any kind of estimations for about the acreage of these three fires?
I did.
And so when you did that estimation of the acreage, did you combine all three, or did you do, okay, the Rockwall was this many acres, the 270 was this many? How did you do that?
I combined all three into one.
Okay. So when you combined all three in one, about how much land are we talking?
1 acre.
So about 1 acre. So to seed 1 acre, do you use approximately 10 pounds of seed per acre?
I don't have the report in front of me, but I believe that sounds about right.
Okay. Would having the report help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
If the witness could please be shown Exhibit 7.
Mark's going to show you how to look on the right screen there at the exhibits. I think Ms. Ortman has asked that you look at Exhibit 7.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So to seed 1 acre at 10 pounds of seeds per acre, is it about 10 pounds of seeds per acre?
Yes.
And is that about $100 a pound?
Yes.
So does the math come out to be about $1,000 of seed?
Yes.
Okay, and
Judge,
This-
Your Honor, I have an objection.
Okay.
And the basis of my objection is that it's lacking foundation, because specifically, this witness has testified that he would need to know what it was before, based on what the forest was before, and there's been no such testimony.
I'll overrule the objection. On cross, you can go into that, but I'll find that that's a weight issue, not an admissibility, or not admissibility as to his answers.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ortman, you may continue.
so this might go without saying, but does seed itself? Like, does seed plant itself in the ground?
Yeah, after you throw it, it often sprouts and becomes grass.
Where I'm going with that is, does it require people to put it out there?
Yes, it does.
And so, would people have to be paid for their labor to put that seed out?
Yes.
And so would it be typical to pay about 2 people for about a day to reseed that acre?
Yes.
And would that cost, would the Forest Service typically pay those 2 people individually about $400 a day?
Yes.
So total labor for those 2 people would be about $800?
Yes.
And would there need to be any vehicles involved?
Yes.
Why?
They would, so my estimate was to use 2 Forest Service employees, and they would drive from the Payson Ranger Station up to the fire. So that's what those costs would represent.
So basically costing gas?
Gas and then the normal wear and tear on vehicles.
And so is that about $11.23?
Yes.
And then with the mileage of going between, is that about 36 miles?
Yes. Back and forth.
Back and forth, total. And so is the mileage rate about 49 cents per mile?
Yes.
So does that come out to be about $17.64?
Yes.
Now, that's the reseeding portion of it. Is there also replanting that would be necessary?
Yes.
How do you know there's replanting that's necessary?
So after my site visit, I determined there was damage to trees. I determined that there was, based on my professional experience and my visit out there.
Isn't damage to trees kind of normal?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, they're trees, they're out in the wild, you know, they fall over, the wind blows sometimes, or things like that. Isn't it kind of normal for trees to just get damaged?
Yes, they can get damaged.
But in this situation, would it be, based on your training and experience, a need to replant this acre total of trees?
Yes.
And so would you normally plant about 400 trees per acre?
Yes.
And is that normal for this area, or are you just stacking a whole bunch of trees?
So based on this particular area, and we are, in the planting process, trees often die, and so we plan to plant more, typically knowing that some will die in the process as they grow.
Okay. And so does it cost you about $20 per baby tree that's getting planted?
Yes.
And so, 400 times 20, does that come out to be about $8,000?
Yes.
Now, like with the seed, does it require people to put the baby trees into the ground?
Yes.
And would you pay people the same sort of rate, the $400 a day for that labor?
Yes.
And about how many people would it take to replant that acre in one day?
About 4 people.
So 4 people times $400 for that day, does that come out to be about $1,600?
Yes.
Now, again, would you need vehicles or a vehicle or multiple vehicles to do this?
Yes.
And so about how many vehicles do you believe it would take based on your training and experience?
2.
And would that have the same sort of wear and tear and cost as to those vehicles?
Yes.
And so would that be about $11.23 per day per vehicle?
Yes.
So does that come out to be about $22.46?
Yes.
And previously it was 36 miles for one vehicle. Would that come out to be about 72 miles for total round trip for 2 vehicles?
Yes.
And would they require the same mileage rate at 49 cents a mile?
Yes.
So does that come out to be about $35.28?
Yes.
Now, is there additional monitoring for the restoration efforts that would need to be conducted?
Yes.
Why?
Trees will die, grass may or may not take, so we would go back out there and at a later date and see how it's doing. Also, part of our policy when we plant trees is to monitor them after they're planting to make sure that they were established.
And would you just do that once, twice, monthly, weekly? How would you do that?
I would do that multiple times over a time period to make sure that they're getting enough rain and such. So typically it's, or in this case, it's 6 months and 12 months afterwards.
Okay. About how many people would you utilize to do that?
2.
And is that the same sort of day rate that as previously for the other 2 kind of activities?
Yes.
So $400 a day, 2 people, would that take multiple days or one day?
It would take multiple days.
Okay, because the 6 months and the 12 months.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay. So that would come out for those 2 people for the 6-month check and the 12-month check, 2 people times $400 a day for those 2 days, would that be about $1,600?
Yes.
And again, would those 2 people need a vehicle to get to the site?
Yes.
And is that the same sort of mileage that would be required?
Yes.
And so that one vehicle at $11.23 a day for 2 days, does that come out to be about $22.46?
Yes.
And again, the round trip for those 2 days, is that about 72 miles?
Yes.
And is that the same sort of mileage at 49 cents per mile?
Yes.
And so does that come out to be $35.28?
Yes.
So does the total cost to reseed equal $1,828.87?
Yes.
And does the total cost to replant 1 acre come out to be $9,657.74?
Yes.
And does the total cost for the monitoring of the restoration efforts at 6 months and 12 months for 1 day each come out to be $1,657.74?
Yes.
So if you take all 3 of those numbers and add them together, does that all come out to be $13,144.35?
Yes.
And is this essentially everything that is included in your restoration costs for the Rockwall, the 270, and the Strawberry Canyon fires?
Yes.
State moves to enter State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection to 7?
I would say that my only objection is that it's cumulative and without its foundation, which has been previously ruled on.
Okay. I'll note Mr. Crawshaw's objections, plural. I'll overrule the objection. State 7 will be admitted.
I have I have no further questions.
Mr. Crawshaw?
How many times did you go out to the scene to write your report?
I went out one day, one
How
time.
many times previously to this have you assessed that area?
I'm sorry, how many times since then?
I'm sorry, prior to writing your report, how many times have you been out there to assess the status of the wildlands?
One.
Okay. And that was the time you went out there after the fires?
Correct.
Had you been out there ever before the fires?
Yes.
Okay, and before the fires, what did you do out there?
I was in the area looking at trails and trailheads.
Okay, when was that?
Prior to the fire, within 2 years of that fire, prior to that fire.
And the purpose of that visit was to look at trails and trailheads?
Correct.
Did you take any notes about the number of trees per acre?
I did not.
Okay, did you take any notes about the status of the grass in that area?
I did not take any notes.
And did you issue any reports for your position about the status of the trees and the grass in that area?
No.
You hadn't previously assessed the area, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was too quiet. You hadn't previously assessed the status of that national forest, correct? Or that portion of it?
In regards to trails and trailheads, I did.
Okay, but not in regards to what you're testifying here about today?
About trees and grass, no.
Okay. How much money for the total restoration cost has actually been spent?
None at this time.
Okay. Is that because there hasn't been a need to restore it?
That is because of funding to do the work.
Okay, where's the funding?
It would depend on whether the damages were awarded.
Were what?
Awarded?
Okay. You're talking about, you mean awarded generally?
So we are waiting on whether or not we would receive damages.
Okay. I understand. So if a fire starts somewhere from a lightning strike, is there automatically a cost associated with that? Do you go out and restore that forest that burned down because of a lightning strike?
In instances, yes.
Okay, and what about other instances?
I guess I'm not understanding.
When wouldn't you go out and restore it?
If we went out and determined there was no need to do so,
Okay, what would determine that need?
based on the severity of any damages.
Okay, and how do you quantify the severity?
We would do a site visit. We would use our professional judgment, our expertise, our policy to determine if there was a need.
Okay. What objective factors determine need? What biological factors determine need?
Things such as trees that were burnt, grass that was burnt, soil damage, flooding potential.
How many trees in this instance were burned?
I was not able to determine the exact number of trees that were burnt.
How much grass in this instance was burned?
How much grass was burnt?
Yes, sir.
I guess, are you asking for a number?
Well, square footage.
About an acre.
Okay. An acre of ground was burned?
The approximate size of the fire was an acre.
Okay.
All three fires, sorry.
Was it all heavily grassland?
There was grass, there was prevalent over the acre.
Okay. If a fire investigation report said otherwise, which would control?
that determination?
I base my report strictly on my observation.
Okay. But again, no money has been spent to restore this site.
Correct.
And in other instances, when something's caused by a lightning strike or a power line arcing, it's not always restored, correct? Just some other fire. I'm speaking in hypotheticals now. But it's not always restored.
Depending on the evaluation of it, yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
So, does the U.S. Forest Service keep track of every single tree on every single acre that is under the protection and control of the U.S. Forest Service?
No.
Would that be possible?
With enough people and money,
What about
possibly.
every blade of grass? Would that be possible?
No.
So, this estimate that you've provided and that you testified to on direct, is this based upon your personal observations of the damages to this total acre?
Yes.
And on cross-examination, you were asked about whether or not you would go out and restore from other causes, such as lightning strikes. And why would you do that?
Why would I do that? Sorry.
Yeah, why would the U.S. Forest Service and why would you as a district ranger want that land to be restored from that lightning strike?
Part of our mission as the Forest Service is to manage national forest land, and we manage that for a variety of reasons, and we get money to do that work, and such as restoration after a fire.
And so, lightning strike or a intentionally caused fire, or even an unintentionally caused fire, like a campfire that got too big or something like that, that happens on the U.S. Forest Service land. When fires like that happen, is it basically your duty as a U.S. Forest Service to go out and fix that land?
Yes.
And you said that there's been no money spent yet to restore this land, but is it basically the U.S. Forest Service duty to go out and restore this land, this acre that was damaged?
Yes. And typically we'll have a 5-year block after an incident to make that evaluation.
I don't have any further redirect.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, I don't see any. Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under?
Yes, please.
Mr. Crawshaw, any objection to that?
No.
Okay, thank you for being here. Officer, you're free to go today. Thank you. Counsel, can I see a sidebar for a moment?
I was going to ask for one.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, we'll go back on the record in State versus Yocum, CR 2024-289. I'll note the presence of counsel, the defendant, and our jurors. Members of the jury, just to give you a little idea of where we're going to go over the next half an hour and then beyond, we are going to begin another witness. We will take a break during the noon hour. We're going to take an hour and a half for the noon hour. That's pretty traditional, just so the attorneys and I can handle other matters that sometimes arise. And then we'll continue on. I think we're on schedule or ahead of schedule, but I'm not willing to give up the 20 minutes we have between now and noon. So we are going to get started on the next witness. Okay, Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Deputy John Farnsworth.
Okay, Deputy, if you want to come up by the bailiff, he'll show you where to go. And then before you sit down, after you get up there, the clerk will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, please have a seat, sir. And I'm going to ask that you get real close to the microphone. Our acoustics are pretty poor in here.
Okay.
And if you could tell us your name and spell your last name as sort of a mic check.
Okay. John Farnsworth, spelling Farnsworth.
Okay. Ms. Ortman?
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
I am a deputy on the enforcement side.
And what kind of activities do you perform as a deputy?
We do traffic control, answer calls, arrest suspects.
Do you have any training into canine handling?
I do.
And what kind of training do you have into that?
That's kind of a long one. Started out as 17, was decoying for the canine units for various departments. When I got on as a deputy sheriff in 1999, I was chosen to start handling a canine. I did dual purpose. I was in the district at the time, and then about a year later, I went full-time into the canine unit when they had a spot. While there, I was in the canine unit for 13 years. I actually handled 5 patrol dual-purpose dogs. Then I moved over to Lake Patrol, and they did not have a trainer over there, and I had become a trainer in the canine unit. And so the captain chose me to be the trainer for our 3 dogs, 2 bloodhounds, and a dual-purpose dog for the Lake Patrol unit. About a year and a half or so while there, I then began running a bloodhound that the other handler could not. So I ran the bloodhound, ran that one for up until 2023. And then after that, I ended up getting a second bloodhound and ran that up until July. And then while in there, I also trained another bloodhound that was given up to the Department of Corrections and is currently running for them. I became a certified trainer. I also became a certifying official for 2 national associations. One of them is the National Narcotic Detector Dog Association. Been doing that since, I believe, about 2006. And then I also became a certifying official for the National Police Canine Association. And I have been doing that since about the same time for the other association.
You say dual purpose. What does that mean?
Dual purpose means that the dogs, so you have single purpose and dual purpose dogs. They won't go to a third. Basically, a single purpose dog has one function. It's either a bite dog, a bloodhound that just does tracking with no bite, or you have odor dogs, which you have narcotic odor dogs, explosive ordnance odor dogs, and then there's a bunch of other ones. Media dogs, cell phone dogs, there's all kinds of dogs.
So have you handled all these different kinds of dogs at various different points in your career?
The only ones I ran was the patrol and narcotic dogs, which were the 5 I ran when I was in the Lake Patrol, in the canine unit. And then when I was in Lake Patrol, I ran 2 single-purpose bloodhounds.
And are any of these dogs that you've handled trained in tracking people?
They are.
And so I'd like to talk to you specifically about, were you handling a specific dog in May 30th of 2024?
I was.
And what's the name of that dog?
That was Bonnie. She's a bloodhound.
She's a bloodhound. Okay, so I want to talk to you a little bit about her breeding first. Is she a purebred bloodhound? Is she a part bloodhound, part something else? What's her breeding?
She is called a red, and you have purebred and non-purebred, and it goes back and forth whether she's purebred or non-purebred because she's a red.
Okay. And does being a red have any impact or change anything about her ability to perform as a tracking dog?
No, it does not.
Now, with regards to her training, I want to talk about her training as of May 30th, 2024. Can you tell us about what Bonnie's training was on that day?
Yes. So we ended up getting her in September, right about September in 2023. My other dog had medical issues, so we had to get another dog to run. We picked her up from a place called 10 Star Canine, which is up in, it's Winnebago, near Chicago. It's a vendor that is retired, either police or deputy sheriffs, and they were in the canine unit for their time until they retired, and they continued training dogs. What they do is they either breed the dogs and start them from puppies, or they would get dogs from other vendors and start training them on tracking or whatever aspect somebody wanted them to do. So she was trained when they got her up until I think we got her at about 1 year and 7 months, I believe. And so we went back there, we tested the dog to make sure that was the dog that we wanted out of the 3 that we were testing. And then I brought her back. Since she was already up on tracking or trailing, I kind of intermixed the thing, or the words. Since she was already up on that and I had the experience that I did, I became the trainer. And then just before I went out on medical leave, I certified her in trailing.
So before May 30th, she was certified in trailing.
Yes, so she was certified through the National Police Canine Association in Trailing 1, that they call it. She was certified in 2023, which was September. Then I certified her in, I think it was March 5th of 24, and then also January 27th, I believe, of 2025.
So when you say I certified her, is this a situation where you're like, all right, Bonnie, let's go, go do your thing, and then you put the stamp on it, or do you go to a specific like test? You know, like in school, you would grow up, you would have tests, and you have a performance that you do on that test, and you got to make a passing score. Is that how it works, or is it just sort of a you put your stamp on it?
No. So we do kind of a in-house, but we do the same test as what we do in certifications. There's a couple places that we use. One we use here in Arizona because they're here. Another one is either on the East Coast or they do come to California from the East Coast. So the one that we generally certify in is the National Police Canine Association. And they have a certification of what's called trailing 1. They also have a trailing 2. So trailing 1 is more of a desert type area or forest area, and then the trailing 2 is more of an urban area. So houses and stuff like that. The guys that actually certify us through the National Police Canine Association, they're the biggest canine unit in the state. They're the Department of Corrections. So we work close with them. The certifying officials were from them, who are volunteers for the National Police Canine Association. And they had, through the 3 different certifications, they're the ones that checked me off on that.
And so, is that the kind of certification that you have to do like on a yearly basis? Is there any kind of like a, ongoing training for the dog?
There's ongoing training. We don't have to actually use them and train every year because we can do in-house training. Before I went to them, we did in-house of the same training that the National Police Canine Association does. So we choose to not only run, and our team will do the in-house one, we will watch each other, and then we go to the what we call DOC to run the national one as well.
And so as of May 30th of 2024, had she passed, the trainings necessary to perform trailing or tracking?
Yes, she did.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about her performance. Is there, in your experience, Bonnie isn't your only dog, it sounds like, that you've ever had. In your experience, do you observe the dog that you're handling and watch their performance as they're doing the different kinds of trailing or tracking or any other kinds of duties that they might be doing?
Yes, we do.
And so what kinds of things would you be aware of with regards to her performance on duty?
So she is what we call scent discrimination. So what we do is for our dogs for trailing or tracking, we teach the bloodhounds, and then we now have a golden. We teach them to track 1 scent and 1 scent only. And that's through setting up scenarios and making sure they do that repetitiously.
And I'm sort of jumping out here, but you said you now have a golden. Is there a reason you primarily use bloodhounds?
So we basically use bloodhounds because the sheriff's office has used bloodhounds for as long as I can remember. When my father-in-law was in it, he ran bloodhounds. So it's a typically known dog that is basically everybody likes to use for trailing.
Now, back to her performance. So you're watching the dog's performance. As of May 30th, 2024, did you have any concerns with regards to her performance for trailing or tracking?
No, I did not.
And so as of May 30th, based on your experience in handling her and your observations of her performance, was she performing up to par?
Yes, she was.
Now, lastly, I want to talk to you about the handling of her. How do you go about handling Bonnie?
So when we use her for a trail or a track, what we do is we generally we get to the scene, we find out what we have, And there's several different scenarios of what we will use them for. What we generally do, I'll kind of go more into this scenario without actually going into it. Basically, what I'll do is I'll get there, I'll find out if they have a scent article. If they have a scent article, that's good. Because if we don't have a scent article and we're just going off of a scent alone, unless you know for a fact that only one person went that way, you could latch onto any scent. So you can have 3 people there and you got 1 in 3 chances of her picking up a scent. So with a scent article, what we do is we get her out, we acclimate her to the area, meaning that we let her kind of run around just a minute just to see everything, and then we will exclude certain people. If I have a couple people there that are going to run with me or that are going to stay behind and may have been in that area, we will let her go visit them, meet them, and then that way she can smell them, and that we're eliminating them from the track. Because when we present the article and tell her to track, we know that she's on that track and that track alone, and that's also through all the training that we've done.
Now, with regards to this training and this handling, you're talking about providing her with a scent article. Is based on your training and experience with Bonnie in particular, but overall as well, is she able to discriminate between, the scent article and say, she's on a track and, oh, look, it's an elk went through here and I'm going to go off on that? Is that something that you would normally see happen?
We can see that happen because you got to remember back in the day, before they were domesticated, excuse me, dogs were wild. So they would always be looking for food. So they would be tracking, rabbits, deer, elk, whatever they're wanting to try to find. So what we do is we don't we don't put tracking in them. What we do is we enhance the tracking. They already have that in their DNA. So what we do is we start off with baby tracks, like putting something down, either food or whatever, if we need to, for like beginners. And then the older they get, if they're already in it, then we don't have to worry about that. Trying to remember, I think I got off just a little bit.
I was asking you about scent discrimination and
Right.
whether or not she's able
Sorry.
to do that.
So what we then do is we always have one person setting the track. So when we set the tracks, we're making sure that she is on that track for that person. And then what we do is we reward the dog at the end, telling them that that is the job that we want them to do. So it's kind of like in baseball, you teach somebody and it's repetitiously, so the more you do that, that's what they do. When you're doing a track, you might get a dog that might, because they were wild before, they might smell a rabbit, they might smell an elk. So there's a couple ways around that to find out if they're actually on that trail or on the main trail we put them on. A couple things is their behavior. And then the other thing is that we do a lot is we do what's called line checking. Dogs out in front, dogs going, and you're just making sure that she's on the track. So what we do is we kind of just turn our hand a little bit, and it puts a little bit of a brake on her. So it gives her pressure, and if she continues and pulls, trying to go through that pressure, we know she's on track. If she stops, then or changes or whatever, then we know she's not on track.
So it sounds like you're checking to see how hard she's pulling on the lead or whatever.
So what happens is when we're doing that pressure, if she's on track and doing what she's supposed to be doing, she will pull through that, and then we let go, give her some room, and then she continues on. But we're continuously through the entire track doing that little bit of pressure to make sure she is on that track. How much we got to do it depends on what the dog's performance is at the time.
And so, when you're doing this tracking, you're sort of leading me to my next question. Is she free roaming and just you're chasing after her, or is she on some sort of lead? Are you able to keep some sort of control or distance, or how are you maintaining that?
So in patrol dogs, they do area searches where they can kick them off lead and go do what they want. We, and I specifically, and I had my guys when I was in there, we don't generally put obedience on the dogs. There may be a couple things that we'll do is like try to get them to come to you, maybe see if they'll sit, but generally we don't put any obedience. So if we were to turn around and kick the dog off leash, the dog can take off and not listen to us. So what we want to do is we want to control that because we want the dog there and we need to watch the dog. It's a possibility, and some people do it, where they will follow on horses or ATVs or whatever. They'll kick them off and then they'll take off. And then they'll watch them that way, or they'll do GPS. We don't do that. I advise my guys completely against that. We want them with us the entire time so we know what they're doing.
You mentioned GPS. Is there any kind of devices or GPS locating systems that you use as you're doing a track such as this?
We do. We use what's called Pack Track. It's a system that is used for any dog or any person or any other animal or whatever you want to use it for. What it does is we actually start the track. We get into the system just as we're going to do the track, and we start the track. That then, wherever that phone is going, either online or offline with satellite, it will actually track where myself, because it's my phone, so it's in my pocket. It's not on the dog. So if the dog goes left and right, it doesn't really show that, but it shows the trail or the track that we're on.
Okay.
And Ms. Ortman, is this a good spot to break for the noon hour?
It is.
Okay, so we're going to break for the noon hour. Hold on just a moment, Deputy. Please remember the admonition. You're not to do any research on the case. You're not to discuss the case. We'll plan on returning with Deputy Farnsworth at 1:30, so maybe if you can be back a couple minutes early so Mark can tell me you're all ready. I'll excuse our jurors for the noon hour. Counsel, if you could remain for just a moment. So, counsel, jurors, thank you. And Deputy, you're free to step down. If you could be available back at 1:25 and just make your way right up to the front. Okay, please be seated. I'll note the absence of our jurors. We did have a brief sidebar before we took the last break. Everything basically in the context of that was scheduling. There was some slight discussion of potential final jury instructions, but I don't think there was anything we need to put on the record now. I think the court I will put one thing. Mr. Crawshaw had indicated he's going to be asking for alibi and mere presence. I indicated earlier mere presence. I didn't see an issue. I'd have to think through alibi, contrary defenses. Ms. Ortman seemed to agree with Mr. Crawshaw that both of those could be argued. Given that, I'm inclined at this point to give those, we'll finalize those instructions, but I think that was the only thing substantive we talked about. Ms. Ortman, anything else before we break for lunch?
Just to sort of supplement what the court said, the basis is a scintilla of evidence for defense to get that, and I think that there is a scintilla. I have to concede there is a scintilla.
Okay. And one other, thank you, one other matter that we did discuss, I realize Mr. Crawshaw has practiced for years in other states, but is relatively new to Arizona. One thing he did bring up was whether the defense would need to, in its case in chief, put on evidence in order for affirmative defenses, and I affirm that I do not believe that's the case law. It's if there is evidence, whether it's elicited by the state, elicited on cross-examination. Mr. Crawshaw, even if you choose not to call any witnesses, you can still argue, and I think at this point I would find that there is the requisite amount of evidence for those instructions and argument. So, Mr. Crawshaw, anything else before we break?
No, that's what I understood the law to be, but that's the purpose of the bench conference.
Okay, thank you. What time would you like your client back after the noon hour? Do you want him back at 1?
1:15.
Okay, so if we could have Mr. Yocum back at 1:15, then with that, we'll stand at recess till 1:30. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We'll return to the record in State versus Yocum, CR 2024-289. I'll note the presence of counsel, the defendant, and our jurors. Welcome back after lunch for second afternoon of the second day. I'll note that Deputy Farnsworth is still on the witness stand. He's previously been sworn, and I believe when we broke, Ms. Ortman, you were in the middle of your direct. So, Ms. Ortman, you may proceed.
Thank you.
So Deputy Farnsworth, I believe I had completed information about Bonnie's training and certification. I'd like to talk to you about your involvement on May 30th, 2024. Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation on May 30th, 2024 here in Gila County?
I did.
And how did you become involved in that?
I was at home and I got a call from Officer Yaznowski about some fires that were set, and he was asking me if I could use my dog to come up, and they had somebody in the area that was making noise in the forest area, and then also he said that the suspect was still in the area, or they believed was still in the area.
And so at that point, did you immediately come up, or what did you do?
No, so we had a couple different conversations about that. The first one was I explained to him, I asked him if he had a scent article, and they did not have one at the time because they did not have a suspect. So the issue is if I go to use my dog and put her down without a scent article, I don't know how many people were in the area, because my understanding there had been Officer Yaznowski, Officer Bissett, Gila County deputies, and tunnel, or whatever the fire units were out there putting out the fires.
Okay, so at some point in time, were you contacted, and did that information change?
Yes, Officer Yaznowski ended up calling me back, and he said that, and that was within minutes, ended up telling me that they had a suspect in custody, and asked if I would be able to use my dog to, he was saying that the person was saying he was never in the area of the fires, and so he asked if I could use my dog to see if there was any relation to that subject to the fires.
And so at about 7:40 that evening on May 30th, did you come up to Gila County?
I did, and that was because he advised me that they were taking some items that I would be able to use as a scent article.
Okay. So you drive up here, where do you go?
I go to basically milepost 270 or the Forest Road 608, that area, and I contact Officer Yaznowski and Officer Bissett.
And what do you do with Officer Yaznowski and Officer Bissett when you arrive to milepost 270?
So they had told me that they had some items that I could use as a scent article. I checked to see who had been in the area. We talked about that. And then I found out Officer Bissett had been in the forest area where the situation was going on. Officer Yaznowski told me that he had not been in there. And so I ended up using a boot that they happened to have and put a 4x4 gauze in it to collect the scent. And that the gauze would end up being the scent article.
And this might go without saying, but did you bring Bonnie with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Bonnie come up here, you get the scent article. What do you do with that scent article?
I let it set for about 15 minutes. That way it collects as much as we could of the scent. And then I take that out of the boot, and then I put it in what's called a little Mylar Ziploc bag, which will help keep other contaminants out of it. And then that way the integrity stays with the gauze. And then I end up, once I do that, I get my dog Bonnie out, and then I do kind of an elimination type scenario where we get the dog out, let her get acclimated to the area, and then in this situation, I let her go and mingle with Officer Yasnowski and Officer Bissett, and they were the only ones there.
And why would you do that?
So we try to eliminate what we can for scents. What we do is through training and knowing what we're doing, we're eliminating one scent from when we present the actual scent article, and then we have her, I give her the command to track. She's tracking that article, not anybody else that was there.
So you let her out for a period of time. You've got the scent article in the boot, collecting the scents. How do you go about presenting the scent article to Bonnie and then beginning the search?
So I then take her, and then at a certain point, we start our pack track, which will then track us. I happen to have started that right near the vehicle. I then went a little bit, I believe it was east to about the milepost 270 sign, because they said that they had seen or contacted the person there. So I went to that area, and then that between milepost going this way, milepost 270 and the Forest Road 608, I started casting her after I gave her, I present the article by opening the bag, and then I put it near her nose. They only need like a split second. And then I tell her to track. And then she starts looking for that scent.
Is there like a command word or something that you use?
Yeah, I use souk, which it's just a habit because of prior commands. That way I remember that.
And is that a word that she is trained with?
Yes.
Okay, so you present the scent article to her, you use your command word, and what happens after that?
She starts casting out, looking for the scent. We started moving towards the Forest Road 608. And at a point, she actually puts her head down on the ground. And so I'm watching what she's doing. She puts her head down on the ground, pulls really hard, and then starts moving. And then that's telling me that she's on track.
Okay. So she puts her head down, she starts pulling really hard, and she starts moving in a direction. Do you follow her?
Yes.
And is your pack app going this whole time?
Yes.
Or pack app or pack track?
Pack track.
Pack track. And so you're following her. Ultimately, do you end up following her through 3 previously burned areas?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about going to the first previously burned area. Can you tell me what happened, how you got there?
So Officer Yasnowski told me he did not know where the fires were because he had not been in there. So I'm watching the dog, and she starts going up the trail that's right there. So you have the Forest Road 608, and then a trail's right next to it, a trailhead. She goes up the trailhead. She gets to an area just up a little bit, and I believe that's going north. And then she actually circles around, I believe, but she turns really hard to the right and goes down into what would be the road right there, the 608, and she took me right to the first fire.
Okay, so she takes you to that first fire, and what happens at that point?
She kind of walks around and gets into what we call the black, which is the burnt soot and stuff, and brush. So she actually walks around it, which tells me that she's actually, instead of staying away from it, she's actually trying to find the end. She ends up going around it, and then she goes back up, gets back on the trail, and then she heads further northeast to another fire.
Okay. And so what happens at the second fire that she ends up leading you to?
Second fire, same thing. She gets there and she actually starts walking through where it was burning at that time too.
And does she stop there, or does she go into a third fire?
She continues on a little bit further, I believe it was east, and the map shows her trail. She gets to a third area where there was a fire. She circles around and actually walks into it, and then she accidentally steps on an ember, so we had to stop for a minute to make sure she's all right.
Was she okay?
Yes.
And after you make sure that she's okay, does she lead you anywhere else or anywhere further?
So we then circle that area, and then we go back towards the second fire, and then she makes a left, and then she goes up through the forest for a ways, and then at about 1.47 for the distance, 1.47 mile, she gets up there, and then she's trying to find the scent, but she loses it, and then at a certain point, I actually call end on the track at that time.
Okay, so and when you call an end on the track, do you document that in your pack track?
Yeah, I actually, at the time, it's different now, but at the time, we did not have the opportunity to stop it and then continue the track. So I actually stop it, and then I told him that we lost it, and we actually started heading back to the beginning.
Okay. I want to talk to you about where was Officer Jasnowski? Is he behind you? Is he leading you through here? Can you tell me his proximity to you while you were doing this snip?
He's usually behind me because I'm usually the lead, because we don't want to mess her up, so she's the front, and then he was following me.
Okay. Kind of close, or was he like, way behind?
I wasn't really looking. I know there were times that he fell behind, and then he was trying to catch up, and at one point I know we got separated, so we had to yell out to figure out where each of us was.
Okay. Now, I want to ask about, obviously it's dark when you're there. Does the length of time between when somebody, you presented this scent article to her, she does this tracking, is the length of time between that person who provided that scent article and then the time you're doing that track, based on your training and experience, does that have any effect on the tracking?
So on the effect on losing a track or the scent, so you have skin cells that fall off the body, and that's basically what starts the scent, and then what happens is the cells actually start to burn up and they give off a gas. So if sitting here and you had the right camera, you would actually see off of everybody's head, it would go up and fall down like an umbrella. And you're losing millions of cells at the time. Everybody is, and that's why you feel like your mattress at home gets heavier and heavier. It's because it fills up with skin cells. So things that affect the scent is time, terrain, and temperature or weather. So depending on all that is, depends on how long the track is there. Down in the valley where I'm from, we find like when we get up to about 9,500 degrees, we don't really get to track much anymore. We really don't even attempt it. But what happens is the temperature goes up, the scent's gassing, and then at a certain point, it stops. And then what happens is when the temperature starts coming back down, and I can't tell you the temperature up and temperature down, when it's going back down, then the gases start again. So a lot of times what we'll do is it's too hot now, so we will come back at night, and then we will attempt to track then.
And in this case, did the time, terrain, or weather cause you any concerns based on your training and experience?
Not at all. It's actually pretty good.
So if you could, and Mark, I don't know if you might need some assistance, but if you could please take a look at State's Exhibit 9.
Mark will help you. You're going to be looking on the tablet there. Mark will show you how to use that. 9.
Okay?
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the printout of the Pat Track trail that was captured by the app on that day that I was asked to go attempt to track it on SR 87.
And is that consistent, that image of that track, is that consistent with your experience as you did the tracking?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the trail that you tracked with Bonnie on May 30th?
Yes.
State moves to enter State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection to 9?
No.
9 is admitted?
Permission to publish.
Yes. Tell us when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so just so that we are clear and we can understand this image, there seems to be a blue dot with, looks like maybe a house that's in the bottom, close to the bottom right corner. What is that?
That is where we were originally at when I got there, and that is where I started the pack track to map the tracking.
Okay. And so which direction, if you can help us understand which way to follow this blue line that ultimately is created?
It's kind of hard because I'm not from up here, so it's kind of hard for me. I'd have to really overlay it. I believe that's going northeast, I believe. Or, sorry, yeah, it's going north and then going northeast, I believe.
Well, does it sort of follow from there and go up in reference to the alignment of the image itself? It goes from the bottom right corner sort of up into a little loop sort of area?
It does.
And then does it go right from there?
Yeah, it goes to the right.
Okay.
And that is where, when we went right, that was where the first fire was at.
Okay. And then it goes right for a little ways, it goes around in that area, it looks like, and then it starts going back up towards the top of the image?
Right, and when I first started, there's a little, kind of a circle right there. She was actually going up that trail, and then she actually lost it, and then she circled back around, and that's when she took off and went down to the Forest Road 608 where the fire was. And then when she got done there, she went, as you see it, going up, and then it curved to the left. And that, I believe, the entire way is a trail right there. And then it continued to where there's a Y right there. And that was where the second fire was at, in that little area.
So that second fire is just so I'm understanding you.
I can't hear.
Describing this
Judge,
area.
Mr. Yocum can't hear.
Oh, do you have your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can understand where specifically you're talking about this Y area. Are you talking about this area that's after it sort of loops around and it goes up and then it starts to turn left? Is that the Y area you're talking about?
No, the Y area is if you continue further down. No, I'm sorry, go up and then go left and then keep going. There's a Y right there.
Right here.
And that area is where the second fire was at.
Okay, so the second fire was in this area?
Yes.
And then from that area, and that's sort of where on the image it's towards the middle of the image, and the blue line kind of makes a C shape, but it also has the line continues out towards the left side of the image. Can you explain or tell us what happened with this area of the line that's closest to the left side of the image?
So when she's there, you gotta remember, scent does a lot of weird things. You got terrain, temperature, and time and whatnot that can affect the scent. So if the wind, and we're tracking down a straight line, if the wind's blowing to the left, she may not be right on that track. She may be to the left. So I can't tell you exactly where somebody walked because I wasn't there and I didn't see it. So what she was doing is she goes up there and she checks around the second fire, and then she continued on, going further towards the left.
Going that way?
Keep going to the left that way, and then that's where she got to the third fire.
Okay, so the third fire was over here?
Yes.
Okay. And so then at some point, it looks like, how did you get up to, and let me scroll up to the top. So now that we're in this area, at the third fire, how did you get, I mean, because obviously it's not a straight line between here and here.
Right.
So can you tell us how you ended up here?
So she circled around the third fire. After we had to do a quick break, I gave her the command to continue, which is different from the original command. And I used the word work, which means it's telling her to get back to it. And then she came back towards the second fire, and then she went up. And then that's where we ended up losing the track up at that last part.
Did you see, as you're doing this track, were you looking for boot prints or anything else as you're doing it? Or?
Is your microphone on again?
Guys?
Okay.
As you're doing this track, are you looking for anything else, or are you just keeping your eyes on the dog and paying attention to that?
I generally watch the dog because I might miss minute little changes in her. So there's sometimes little minute changes that they're subtle, and if you miss it, you may miss the track. Officer Yasnowski told me about, on the way in, he told me about a boot print that he observed that was similar to the boot that we had, or one of the boots. So he stopped and he actually took a picture of it, which then GPSed where that boot print was at. And the front of the boot was actually going the way we were going. So it's going that direction.
Okay. But that was more his job than yours?
Yeah, because I'm trying to watch everything, and that I would not have seen that in that area.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Yes, please. What are ideal ground conditions for tracking dog?
Ideal?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of them, actually. It can be somewhat moist, cool, no wind. That would be more of an ideal. And then that's leaving out the terrain.
What's ideal terrain?
So the ideal terrain would be basically flat. But we don't get flat most of the time. So what happens with scent on, like if this is a hill and you're laying a track across the hill with the downward slope, scent will, if wind's doing it, it can push it over the top of the hill and down the other side. If there's no wind or very little wind, what will happen is the scent will actually end up falling down the hill because it takes that path of least resistance and it just kind of floats down. So the dog may go across the top, it may go across the bottom, depending on where that scent lays.
And you were called out at approximately 7:30 PM?
Correct.
And you were called out because somebody was still heard? Yasna, you were called out because somebody was heard in the woods that they needed you to find?
Officer Yasnowski told me that there was somebody in the area that was making noise, and he also explained that there was a suspect that was possibly in the area, and he wanted me to try to locate that person that was making the noise.
Okay. And that never got done?
I'm sorry?
That was never done?
No, because like I explained before, there was no scent article, and with all the people that were in that area, if you got, say, 5 people, you got a 1 in 5 chance of latching onto somebody's scent, and it could be yours, theirs, anybody's. You just don't know whose it is.
How much is the scent affected by ground disturbance?
It all depends what that is. Like if you're in that area, it held or holds really good because there's so much there. When you get onto concrete or asphalt or ice, it's kind of hard because there's really nothing for it to filter into. So the more porous, the better it holds scent.
What about areas that have been dug up?
I'm sorry?
What about areas that have been dug up?
If I was running a cadaver dog, that might be something. It can. We've had it to where if we're tracking and somebody mows a yard, it's a possibility of throwing that scent everywhere. That has occurred.
Okay. You measured dog success and error rates, correct?
Actually, it's more error and positives is what we look at.
What I said doesn't have to be the right term. What's the correct term when you're talking about dog success rates?
Alerts or non-alerts.
Okay. What is Bonnie's correct alert rate?
I don't know what the entire numbers are. I don't keep track of that.
What does she have to be certified?
It depends on what test you're going by.
If we're going for a tracking test?
What I'm saying is what test are you doing? Are you doing the NPCA test, or are you doing a test for like the National Police Bloodhound Association? It depends on what one you're going.
Okay. Which test would be most applicable to this situation?
Actually, both of them.
Okay.
They both have the same context or goal. They're just put on by different people, and they're just done in just a different way is what they are.
Okay, so what's Bonnie's error rate for either one?
I don't sit and write bad, good, whatever. I don't do that. We just do the sheet, and then we monitor them through when we either train or when we do actual tracks.
Okay.
I can tell you originally, when we were doing tracks, when we first had her, and we were working, myself and my partner were just kind of keeping just a rough estimate on confirming tracks, whether we found the target or not. We were confirming for a while, and then we just quit confirming at 95%.
Okay. And that is in what conditions?
Well, that's down in the valley, so you're talking desert mostly, because we don't have any forest down there, and then you're also talking residential.
And is that with a suspect still in the field?
I'm sorry?
Is that with a suspect still in the field?
Yeah, we haven't had to do I have not had to do but only one other track similar to this.
Okay. You said that, Judge, can I move around?
Yes, as long as you have your microphone on.
I do.
Excellent.
You said that we have, this is the area of the second fire here,
Yes,
and then she went beyond it to where?
the area of the third fire.
Okay, and then what happens?
Then she comes back towards the second fire.
Okay.
And then where you're at, she went up there. That was going uphill.
And then what occasioned her to come up here?
Well, I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing.
No worries, that's my fault. What occasioned her to come up here?
The scent, because she was, so what I look at is her demeanor that she's going. I'm looking for her nose and her head down, and then I'm feeling or looking at how hard she's pulling. And she was pulling up that way, and then once we got towards the top, she just was trying to check the area, trying to find it again.
Okay, and then where did she find it again?
So we actually, if you go almost straight down, right about there, just up above that, she started showing me some signs that she was getting interested in odor again.
Okay.
And she started pulling. And unfortunately, my pack track will not start again.
Okay.
So she starts hitting that. And no, she actually went back. When we got there, she actually started back down the trail again.
This way?
Nope, going the other way.
I'll go on the other way.
And then going back down.
She didn't go this way.
Right.
Okay, and then where'd she go?
We go back out to the start where right there.
Okay. Was this where you parked?
Yes.
Okay, and then when she came back out on the road, she was still trailing?
She was pulling up into there, but
Go which way?
she was pulling down, so you got the trail, and that's going down to the road.
Okay.
And she pulled me back out towards the road.
Okay, and then along the road, which way did she go?
She didn't get that.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't talk dogs, so I don't know. And I don't mean to be facetious.
No. Me either.
So there's sometimes that we just don't know why they don't get it. It could be because they're tired. It could be because the scent just wasn't there and she overshot it. It could be something as masking the scent.
Let me pause you right there. What would cause Bonnie to overshoot the scent?
All those factors. It could be that somebody may have turned and she just didn't catch that turn.
Mm-hmm.
Turn
how?
So if I'm walking straight and then I make a left-hand turn and she's tracking, there are some dogs or any dog that they may overshoot that turn or they do that turn. We try to work on that, but sometimes they'll overshoot it. So if we lose that scent or that track, then what we do is we come back to what's called the last known, where we know she was on track. So if I turn at the prosecution table and she overshoots and goes into the chairs up there, I will bring her back into this area where I know she was tracking. And then hopefully she'll pick up that turn.
All right. And so what was the last known in this situation?
The last known?
Yeah.
Coming back down, coming out of the trail.
Okay. What was the last known that you were given before she started tracking?
As in, at what point? When, at the beginning of the track?
Yeah. Isn't it, obviously you can't tell the dog, in our words, where somebody was supposed to have been, but what did you know about where somebody was supposed to have been?
I just knew that apparently he had been contacted or seen around the milepost 270 sign. And that's why I went back further, and then I start in between to cast her. What we do is casting, and then she tries to find the scent, And then when they hit the scent, then they show us that they're on track by quick head turns, the body turn, the deep breathing, and then also the pulling, the hard pulling.
And so did you talk to anybody who had seen Mr. Yoakum?
I did not know.
And so you didn't know where he had been seen other than milepost 270?
Yeah, I did not know. They just told me that he apparently had been seen around the milepost 270 sign.
Okay. So if Bonnie's incorrect on the track at any point, you're not necessarily going to know it unless she stops like she did?
I have that much trust in her that I know she was on track.
Okay. And then, but you said earlier that she's not that sometimes it can happen where they're following somebody or something else.
It can, but the way we train and we constantly ingrain that into her, or the other dogs as well, we train that constantly so we know what they're doing. And we also train what we call scent discrimination. We will actually send anywhere from a second person up to 5 or 6 people out on a track so they, like from here, they will walk, they will go out wherever, and then they will turn. And she actually has to find that specific track to that person. And we train that as well. So I know that she has scent discrimination because of the training we do. And that's also because we train our dogs to follow one scent and one scent only.
That's what they're trained to do?
Yes.
Would it have been helpful to you if you had information from the eyewitness in this case?
I don't know where that actual information came from for where he was seeing it, the 270 sign. I just was given that by the team that was there. If I knew exactly where they started, then that always helps out.
Okay. That last part answers my question.
Okay.
Ask the witness.
Any redirect?
So, on cross-examination, you were asked about dug-up areas and how that affects scent. The situation is this: there's 3 fires that you go through. Were there any dug-up areas that you observed?
So you have at the fires that the fire department will actually go out, they're dumping water, but they're also using tools to actually try to knock down the fire. So it's a ground disturbance.
And so, did Bonnie actually track into any of these areas that were disturbed?
Yes.
So do you believe, based on your training and experience, and especially your training and experience with Bonnie, that affected your track?
Affected it? No, it just was confirming that scent was in that area or person was in that area.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, on cross-examination, you talked about how you had stopped the track up here. At that point, and then she picked it up again down here. For the record, I'm pointing at the top where there's the top dot, and then I'm pointing at the line that's sort of parallel to the bottom. When you went out, did you go out the same way you came in?
No, we actually, so we tracked all the way, sorry, at the road we went out the same way, but from the top where we lost the track, we actually, because we want to get out a little faster, we actually tried to do a straight line down to get back out.
Okay, so you tried to do a straight line down, and she ended up, once you hit this area where she had previously been, she picks up the scent again?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know if that's a different scent or the same scent? Or do you just not know whether or not it was a different scent or a same scent?
No, it's the same scent, and I can say that it was because we also trained to where we will give the dog a scent, we'll pull up, we'll give the dog a scent, and then we will get them out and we will circle them around. In that scenario, we don't have any scent. Then we put them back in the vehicle because they're harnessed up in the leash. We put them up still in the harness, but we take the leash. We then go to the next spot, and then that, when we get them out and put them down on the ground, that's where the actual scent is at, because we don't want them to just think that once they get out, then there's a scent there. It's just training that we do. That's called a negative. We don't want them to always believe that, hey, I get here, it's got to be here somewhere. So we circle them around trying to find it, which is casting, and then we put them back in the vehicle when they show us that there's nothing there.
Okay. So you're coming back out and she hits that same trail that she had already picked up.
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, based on your knowledge of this case, it sounds like, I mean, were you given some pretty limited information in order to do this track?
Yes.
And so, do you know whether, the person she was tracking, do you know if they were, coming from the 270 and going that way, or if they were going that way and going towards the 270? Can you tell?
I was not given the information of that. I'm saying that by what my dog had done. And then when she got back down to that, to go back out, we train our dogs to follow the scent that is getting fresher and fresher. Dogs learn, and animals learned over time, that if you got a rabbit that runs this way and they come up and they're wanting to eat and they go left, they learn over time they're not eating. But if they come up and they go right and they go to the prey, they learn that they get their prey. So what they're doing is they're learning that instead of going to where it's called a backtrack, which is going to the older scent, they go to the newer and newer scent. And that's why she was pulling me back down, going out that way.
I don't have any further questions. Does the jury?
Members of the jury, it looks like we have at least a couple of questions on this one. Thank you. Do you want to let them start looking at this? Mark, did I give you 2 pieces of paper? You did. Okay.
This one to be his.
Mark, can you come get the last two?
These are the treasurer's notes. I want that one.
Counsel, why don't I see you at sidebar? How many days or hours can scent be tracked by the dog?
That's not a really easy question to answer, and you can't really answer it. Like I said before, it depends on the terrain, the time, and the weather conditions. So nobody's ever been able to put a time frame on a scent. Not been able to do it.
Okay. Next juror question. Are you aware of the type of boots that were worn by any of the investigators or firefighters in the area of the fire on May 30th?
I did not.
Okay. How much time did the tracking process take?
That one right there took us about 29 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, from the beginning to the top was about 29 minutes, and then going back down was probably about another 5 or 10 maybe.
Okay. Okay, and you may have already answered this one. How long or how many hours will scent remain in an area?
So what I didn't answer in the first question, you don't know how long it'll stay. And like I said, because of the time, terrain, and the weather conditions. We have run dogs that have, our one dog that we happen to have that my other handler runs, he's actually had a scent last 5 days. Generally, we say about 72 hours is the limit, but those conditions that he just happened to have, let him go on day 5.
And you may have answered the next juror question I have, but let me ask it anyways. How long would a human scent last in the area we're talking about during the time frame we were talking about? 24, 48, 72 hours, et cetera?
Have no clue.
Okay. And if you
can't
it
put
just,
a time on it.
okay. And if you say no clue, then I'll stop you at that answer. Okay. Does ground disturbance kill scent?
Ground disturbance doesn't kill scent. What happens is it could mask it because there might be something a little more, if you want to call it permeable or whatever, a little bit more odor. That could do that, but usually what happens is that if you, like in that situation, you scrape, or if you dig, it usually throws scent more than it covers it.
Did you locate any what would appear to you to be campsites as you were following the dog?
I did not see.
Okay. Do we have any additional juror questions? Don't see any. Okay. Ms. Ortman, do you have any follow-up to the juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Crawshaw, any follow-up to the juror questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Yes.
Thank you for being here, Deputy. Appreciate your time.
Can he remain under?
Yeah.
Well, I need him to remain under.
Okay, so Deputy, actually, I'm going to excuse you physically today. It's possible that you're still going to be under subpoena. Technically, it's possible that one of the attorneys may give you a call between now and next Wednesday when our trial is over. So if you could just, I think Ms. Ortman called you. Does she have contact information for you or her staff?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then you can leave today. Okay. Ms. Ortman, I assume your next witness is not going to be a 10-minute witness?
No.
Okay. So, members of the jury, I think we're going to take our first afternoon break now. I realize it's been a little under an hour, but sometimes that first break after the afternoon, if you had a little too much soda or something at lunch, is good to make it a little shorter. So we're going to take, it's now about 2:21, 2:22. We'll plan on coming back at 2:40. Again, remember the admonition that I have told you, and I'll excuse our jurors. Counsel, if you could remain for a couple of minutes, please. Okay, please be seated. I'll note the absence of our jurors. Let's put on the record, we had a sidebar regarding the questions. Question 1, how many days or hours can the scent be tracked by a dog? By the dog, the court answered that as asked. Ms. Ortman, any record you want to make on that?
No.
Mr. Crawshaw?
No.
So second question, there were A, B, and C. A, is there evidence of the type of work boots worn by the investigators/firefighters in the fire area on May 30th? The court had originally thought it would not ask that. Mr. Crawshaw asked that I ask it. I changed it up to clarify or to ask if he had any information about that. I believe he indicated no. Mr. Crawshaw, any additional record you want to make on that?
No.
Ms. Ortman?
No.
Question B was how much time did the tracking process take? I asked that. And then C, how long hours will scent remain in an area? I asked both of those. Ms. Ortman, any record you want to make there?
No.
Mr. Crawshaw?
No.
Question 3, how long will a human scent last in that area of the forest during that time period? May 24, 48, 72 hours, et cetera. I asked that as written. Ms. Ortman, any record you want to make?
No.
Mr. Crawshaw?
No.
Okay. Question 4, there was under A, there was 2 parts. How long did scent stay at the scene? I didn't ask that, as I think I'd already asked it at least once, maybe twice. I did ask the second part, does ground disturbance kill scent? That was asked. Ms. Ortman, any record you want to make there?
No.
Mr. Crawshaw?
No.
Okay. And then the final question, question 5. quote, "Where is Mark Gatt's camp in relation to where the dog was tracking? Question mark, can it be shown on the map of the track?" I was not going to ask that question. Mr. Crawshaw asked that I ask the question. Based on what the witness had said, it was my understanding that he had no information about who Mr. Gatz might or might not have been. What I ended up asking was, did he see a campsite in the area, to which he answered no. Mr. Crawshaw, any additional record you want to make there? No. Ms. Ortman?
No.
Okay. So, okay. Ms. Ortman, you have one more witness?
Correct.
And do you think that will, if we start up at 2:40, an hour? I realize you can't tell me how long Mr. Crawshaw is going to cross, but an hour, hour and a half, do you think, for that witness?
I mean, I don't think my direct is going to be that long. I'd say this witness will probably be an hour is my guess.
Okay. And Mr. Crawshaw, does that sound like, is this the fire investigator or who is it?
It's the fire investigator.
Okay. Mr. Crawshaw, I'm just thinking of timing. Does that seem like a reasonable estimate? Yeah. Okay. So that puts us somewhere between 3:40 to 4. Ms. Ortman, after that, you're going to rest?
I will.
Okay. I'm thinking at that point, I will probably just excuse the jury for the day. I'll hear your Rule 20 motion, Mr. Crawshaw, and then, do you know, Mr. Crawshaw, do you know right now if you have witnesses for tomorrow morning?
Very likely will.
Okay, and so if I tell the jury to be here at 9, then we'll go to your case and your case?
Yes, please.
Okay. So timing-wise, we'll end after the next witness. I'll hear the Rule 20 motion. We'll discuss that, and then I'll excuse our jury before I hear the Rule 20, but tell them 9 o'clock is our start time tomorrow. Okay, then we'll stand at recess till 2:40. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. We'll return to the record in State versus Yocum, CR 2024-289. I'll note the presence of counsel, the defendant, and our jurors. Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Kyle Ariza.
Okay. Sir, if you want to make your way up towards our bailiff up here, he'll show you where you can have a seat. Okay, before you sit down, I'll ask you to be sworn in by the clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, please have a seat. Sir, I'm going to need you to be real close to the microphone because our acoustics are pretty poor. So if you can get maybe a little bit closer, you can adjust it up. And then if you could tell us your name and spell your last name as a mic check.
Yep, my name is Kyle Ariza, and it's spelled Araiza.
Okay, Ms. Ortman?
Where do you work?
I work on the Mesa Ranger District.
What do you do there?
I'm a fire prevention technician.
What kind of training and experience do you have for that?
For the fire investigation stuff, we have to take two different classes that build on your learning for fire investigator, and then you go through a task book, and then you get signed off by somebody who is qualified.
And when did you do that training?
Not sure exactly when I did that training, but I've been qualified for about 6 or 7 years now.
Okay. And do you do wildland fire investigations?
Yes, I do.
And about how long have you been doing those?
9, 10 years total.
Okay. So who gives those kind of, the classes that you took? Who provided those?
So I originally went through it was all law enforcement in Region 5, which is California, where I'm originally from. So that's why I went through those classes.
Okay. Do you have any kind of like ongoing classes with regards to origin training that you do?
Yeah, every year we do it's FI 210 is the name for it. It's like origin and cause training. We do a refresher every year on the district.
So how do you, if you could walk us through, just generally before we get to the specifics in this case, if you could generally tell me, how do you go about performing a fire cause origin investigation?
So the first thing we do is we'll usually, if the fire is small enough, we'll take a lap clockwise around the entire fire and a lap counterclockwise around the entire fire. And we're just looking for indicators, whether, it's up here in the trees, you can see bigger indicators like burn patterns on trees and stuff like that. Or if it's down in the desert, it's more, grass and stains on rocks and stuff like that. So we're just looking for all the indicators before we actually go into where we find that the advancing fire came. We always enter from basically where the head fire was, and we work our way back.
What is head fire, so I can understand that?
It's the main run of the fire.
Okay.
Yes.
So you work from where there's the head fire, the main run of the fire, and then you work back?
Correct.
Okay. And why do you do that?
We do that mainly because if you follow the head fire back, you'll start eventually seeing lateral indicators, which means the fire just kind of moved sideways and not like straight forward based on like burn patterns and staining on rocks and stuff like that. And then once you get closer and closer, you'll start to see your backing indicators, so you know that somewhere in between that, the advancing and the backing, your origin is somewhere right there in the middle of that.
And so on May 30th, 2024, did you have occasion to investigate 3 fires in the pine strawberry area?
That I believe I came on the day after the fires went into the evening, and I was told that law enforcement was there, and they wanted me to come up to do the fire part of it in the morning.
Okay, so you came up on May 31st?
Correct.
Okay. And were those 3 fires, the Rockwall, the 270, and the Strawberry Canyon fires?
Yes.
And were they in close proximity to each other?
They were all pretty close proximity to each other, yes.
Now, when was the, based on your information, when was the estimated time of ignition?
Estimated time of ignition, I believe, was somewhere around 5 p.m. on the 30th.
What time? Did you say 5 p.m.?
5 p.m.
Did you author a report in this case?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you author a report in this case?
One more time, sorry.
I'm probably speaking too fast. Did you author a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
If your report reflected 4:30, would that be more accurate?
That would probably be more accurate, yes.
Okay. And so it's believed, based on your investigation, that the estimated time of ignition was 4:30. Based on your information, was the estimated time report that the fire was actually reported around 5:06?
That is correct.
And you list a time for the origin protected. What does that mean?
So that means, we obviously have other firefighters, like the engine crews and stuff like that don't necessarily know what to do, like protecting an origin, so that way they're not destroying evidence kind of thing. So either law enforcement or somebody that kind of knows what they're looking for will either tape off or flag off an area for people to avoid.
Okay. And so would you have any reason to doubt that the time of 5:10 for that origin being protected?
No.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the fire behavior. Do you do any kind of assessments into fire behavior?
Not necessarily fire behavior. It's just where the fire advanced to, where it stopped. I guess a little bit of fire behavior, just as, towards the advancing side, you can see things burned hotter, more consumed.
Well, what about fuel types at the ignition area? Do you note those kinds of things?
Yes.
Was the fuel type at the ignition area the same for all 3 of these fires? Was it different?
Yes, it was all the same.
And so what was the fuel type at the ignition area?
It was mostly grass, and there was some timber, like understory, like pine needles and stuff like that.
Okay. So what kinds of things, when you go about making a wildland fire origin and cause determination, are you ruling things in or are you ruling things out?
So we rule things out.
Okay. And so is there essentially a list of things that you're going through to rule out?
Yes, yeah. Yes.
So is one of the things that you rule out lightning?
Yes, it is.
Why do you do that?
We rule out lightning just because it's another predominant cause of wildfires. So, yeah, we have to rule that out as well.
And how do you go about ruling out lightning?
So we rule it out by doing a visual inspection, and then we also have a application on our computers that we can go back to a specific date and times and do date ranges to see if any lightning strikes were in that area.
And so with regards to your investigation in this case, did you rule out lightning?
Yes, we did rule out lightning.
And so how did you rule out lightning in this case?
We ruled out lightning as there was no visual indicators that any of us saw, and checking the lightning map, we do a day before and a day after the incident was reported or started, and there was no evidence of lightning there.
Okay. Moving on to one of the next determination or ignition methods, is one of those equipment use?
Yes, one is equipment use.
And why is equipment use something that you look at?
Equipment use is something we look at. It could be, proximity to highway, it could be chains, stuff like that. It could be ADOT mowing, heavy machinery equipment that was working in the area, but that's why we have to rule that out.
Okay. And so with regards to this case, did you rule out equipment use?
Yes, we did.
And how did you go about ruling out equipment use?
Again, a visual inspection, looking at the highway, looking off the highway. There was no recent road work in the area, anything like that.
Okay. Moving on to the next one is one of the ones that you rule out smoking.
Yes.
Why do you rule out smoking?
We rule out smoking because it's another common thing that people still do is smoke cigarettes, cigars, stuff like that. So we have to rule that out as well.
So would it be relatively common, people walk around, especially, in wide open areas where there's, in the forest, where there's not a whole lot of people, and maybe they might enjoy a cigarette as they're walking down a path?
Yes, absolutely.
So with regards to this case, did you rule out smoking?
Yes, we did.
And how did you rule out smoking in this case?
We ruled out smoking as there was no physical evidence of any kind of wrappers, any, cigarette boxes, any butts of cigarettes or cigars or anything like that in the area that we found.
So you go to these three origins and you're looking for remnants of wrappers and cigarette butts and things like that?
Yes.
And so you did not find anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to the next one, do you look at campfires as possible ignition sources?
Yes, we look at campfires.
And why do you look at campfires? We
look at campfires because it's a big thing, especially on national forest. A lot of people like to have campfires.
Do campfires sometimes throw embers and, that could be carried by the wind or something like that?
Yes, they can.
And so with regards to this case, did you rule out a possibility of campfires?
Yes, we did.
Why did you rule out the possibility of a campfire?
We ruled out campfires because there was no evidence of rock rings, there was no pots and pans, no evidence of cooking materials or anything really in the area.
Okay. Is debris burning another possible origin that you rule out?
Yes.
And why do you rule out debris burning?
We rule out debris burning because sometimes, especially on Forest Service land, they make hand piles and stuff like that. And it's just another thing we have to exclude.
Is that something that's kind of common with things like logging and land clearing, agricultural forestry, basically the things that go on in the forest?
Yes, very common.
And so controlled burning, is that another example of debris burning?
Yes.
And so how do you go about ruling out debris burning?
Ruling out debris burning, being so close and right off a highway and stuff like that, we're not necessarily going to be having burn piles and stuff like that around there. And there was nothing in the area that supported that there was debris everywhere in the area.
And what about in this case? How did you go about ruling out debris burning?
We ruled it out as we looked at all three fires, and there was no real evidence of, I don't know how to word it, sorry.
Well, was there any evidence of any slash or refuse or that someone was doing a controlled burn in the area?
No, there was no evidence of anybody doing a controlled burn in the area.
Is a railroad something that you need to rule out in a wildland origin fire?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Because trains can often start fires. I haven't heard of many in this area, but it is a cause that we have to exclude from our investigation.
And so how do you go about ruling out that as a possibility?
So we roll that out as we look on things like Google Earth and stuff like that, and we draw tracks and see how far away the nearest railroad track was. In this case, there wasn't one within 5 miles of any of the origin areas, so we could roll that out pretty easily.
Okay. Is children a possible origin cause?
Yes, it is.
And how are children a possible origin cause?
Children are a possible origin cause as, get a hold of parents, lighters, matches, playing with magnifying glasses, things like that.
And so, in this case, did you rule out children as a possible origin cause?
Yes, we did.
And how did you do that?
We ruled that out as there was no physical evidence found at any of the fires. There was no signs of children around, or in the past, there was nobody else out there really.
I skipped over one category for a reason, but is there another category that's sort of a catch-all that's a miscellaneous category?
Yes, there is.
What kinds of things are included in the miscellaneous category?
And the miscellaneous category could be target shooting, explosive targets, cutting, welding, grinding. It's kind of a catch-all for not the more specific stuff.
And were you able to rule out that category?
Yes, we were.
And how were you able to rule that out?
We were able to rule that out as there was no evidence of any welding or cutting or grinding. Right next to a highway, we didn't see any shell casings on the ground, anything like that.
Now, is incendiary a possible origin cause?
Yes.
And why is that a possible origin cause?
It's a possible origin cause. Incendiary is like a lighter, matches, something that can, or needs to be start a fire.
And is that basically something that's being deliberately set on fire?
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you able to rule out incendiary?
No, we were not.
Is that something that you listed as probable?
Yes, it is.
And so why did you list that as probable?
We listed it as probable because based on everything else we excluded and not having any physical evidence at any of the scenes, we listed incendiary as probable because that's what we thought something started the fire. But,
And did you come to a conclusion as to how the cause was determined?
yes.
And what was your conclusion based on the totality of your investigation?
Between our investigation and then the law enforcement investigation, we determined that it was human caused.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Yes, please. Sorry, dude.
What if somebody had gone through that forest without any lighters in their pocket? What would your conclusion be?
My conclusion, most, if not everybody, would have a lighter in their pocket.
Your conclusion would be what?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Said if somebody had walked through that forest without a lighter in their pocket before the fire started, what would you think? What would your conclusion be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time?
Sure. Let me back up.
Okay.
You detected, or you reported that it's probable that it was incendiary behavior, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so when we talk about you wrote a wildland fire origin and cause supplemental report, correct?
Correct.
And you ruled out all the categories that Ms. Ortman talked about. There's different levels of certainty, right?
Yes.
What are they?
It is possible, probable, excluded, and undetermined, I believe is the last one.
Is the last one cause determined?
Correct, yes.
So
Cause
there-
determined.
Cause undetermined, cause determined, excluded, probable, and possible. What's the definition of probable?
Probable is, it has higher likely chance that that was it than not.
Okay.
Yeah,
So greater than 50%.
correct.
And you're doing this based on what publication directs the way you report and investigate?
So the publication, I would have to look, I believe it is, it's a book we get at the FI 210 school. It's, I believe it's, I can't tell you exactly which one it is. It's an NWCG, a National Wildfire Coordinating Group book.
Okay, if I told you the title, would you be familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's the NWCG Guide to Wildland Fire Origin and Cause Determination.
Yes.
All right. And so what does that tell you? How did you test the hypothesis that you arrived at? Meaning that it was probable. How did you test that?
So tested the hypothesis as we go through, the book outlines us how we're supposed to go through a methodical approach for every fire investigation. So we follow that, and by excluding everything else and then, not finding any physical evidence of anything of how or what started the fire, we could only come to probable.
But how was it tested?
How was it tested? Oh, can you rephrase that for me?
Yeah, how'd you test it? So you had a hypothesis that you arrived at was probable. And then, but your description was, so your description is only, the description of how you tested it is only that you excluded everything else.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Doesn't that manual say you're also supposed to interview witnesses?
That is correct.
Who'd you interview?
I did not interview anybody. That was taken on by law enforcement.
Okay, did you review the videos that they took of their witness interviews?
I did not review any of those.
Did you review their witness statements?
I did not.
Okay. Why didn't you?
Because when we arrived the following day, they wanted a unbiased fire investigation.
Okay. But then why does the manual say you're supposed to interview witnesses?
That's part of the investigation, yes, but if there's multiple other fire investigators, it's pretty usual for law enforcement to take suspects or witnesses and stuff like that, and the firefighters do the actual fire, look at the fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why were you called out?
I was called out, I don't know why specifically, maybe I was the only investigator that was available the next day. I just got a phone call from our fire dispatch.
Okay. And do you know who requested your presence?
I'm unsure who requested me.
Okay. If you interviewed witnesses and they testified about what they saw when the fire was reported, would that have been helpful?
Yeah, it would have been helpful to my investigation, yes.
Okay.
Who else? So, do you know if anybody worked with any special type of fuels when they lit these fires?
No, I do not.
Did you call, what's an ILD or IL or IGL, excuse me, K-9 team?
I'd have no clue what that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you call an ignitable liquid detection K-9 team?
I did not do that
Why?
because I wasn't there at the time when the law enforcement did their initial investigation.
But you were there the next day?
Correct.
And the next day would have been soon enough for you to ask a K-9 team to come out, correct?
That's out of my area expertise.
Well, how soon are you supposed to be able to get a dog out? If something burns down at night, how are you supposed to get it? You're not going to get a dog out the same day, right?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
I'm not asking you to testify about
Right.
dog handling. I'm only asking you to testify about what's in the manual.
Gotcha.
Are you familiar with having been trained on when and when not to call for a K-9 team to detect what may have started the fire?
I can't recall that information right now, no.
Are you familiar with tire and footwear impression taking?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and is that in the same manual?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you take any footwear impressions?
No, I did not,
Why?
because that was handled by law enforcement.
Okay. Do you know if they took any footwear impressions?
I don't know about footwear impressions, no.
Okay. Did you photograph anything?
We photographed the fires themselves.
You mean the fires, the spots that had burned?
Correct. Yeah, the spots that burned.
According to the manual, if somebody uses a fuel to light a fire, would it have been helpful to be able to determine what type of fuel that is?
Yes, it would be helpful to be able to determine that.
And according to this manual, you can use a K-9 team to do that, right?
I couldn't answer yes or no to that. I'd have to refresh my memory from the manual.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can agree that the manual covers you interviewing witnesses?
Correct, yes.
What does it say about interviewing witnesses?
Normally, I have a specific sheet of paper that I can give to witnesses, and I have them write down what they saw, facts only, sign their name with their contact information.
And you didn't do that?
I did not do that.
And then you didn't watch any body cam videos of witness statements?
I did not watch any of that.
And the reason is because they wasn't supposed to, what?
It wasn't supposed to sway my opinion either way.
It wasn't supposed to what?
When we got there, law enforcement wanted us to go do our investigation regardless, without telling us what they did the previous night and the morning of, before we got there.
It doesn't seem like a good way to proceed. Why would you let somebody dictate how you've been trained to do your investigation?
Well, normally when, there's a suspect and multiple different law enforcement agencies involved, as far as my area, I look at the actual burnt areas of the fire. I don't get any further into the who and stuff like that.
Okay, so you don't know who set the fires?
I cannot say for sure who set them.
Okay. And according to your report, you can't say for sure greater than not much, or you can't say with certainty beyond 50% that the fire was indeed incendiary.
It is probable. It's not determined. Yes.
Sure, it's probable, it's not determined.
Correct.
What time was the fire reported?
I believe the fire was reported somewhere around 5 p.m.-ish
Okay.
on the 30th.
Who took any weather readings that, or weather observations at the time closest to the ignition of the fire?
So I wasn't 100% sure who took the weather readings. It could have been from a remote weather station that they have in Pine. Could have been one of the trainees we had with us, or one of the local fire engines that was on scene assisting with the suppression.
Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
So on cross-examination, you testified that you didn't interview any witnesses and you didn't call out a dog team to come assist. Did you have a necessity to do those things to come to your conclusion?
I did not have a necessity for those things.
And on cross-examination, you were asked about fuel types, and is grass and timber litter a fuel type?
Yes, it is.
In every single case, is there necessarily some sort of an accelerant that is used?
No, not always an accelerant.
And on cross-examination, you testified that you were called out for an unbiased fire investigation. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
I have no further questions.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions for, I see at least one. Okay. Counsel, I'll let you take a look at the question and let me know if either of you'd like to have a sidebar. Ms. Ortman, would you like to have a sidebar?
No, Your Honor, I have no objection.
Mr. Crawshaw?
No.
Okay. Sir, I have a juror question. What type of fuel or materials could an individual have that could light with a lighter to cause blue smoke?
So blue smoke, I'm not exactly specifically sure. I know treated wood, the wrappers around the cigarette package can put off different color smokes, but I'm not sure exactly what blue smoke.
Okay, thank you. Any other juror questions? Ms. Ortman, any follow-up to that juror question?
Yes, thank you. Does blue smoke have any significance to you as a fire investigator?
No, it doesn't.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Crawshaw?
Yes. Is there anything that you're aware of that causes blue smoke besides what you've already testified to?
Not specifically blue smoke. I know, wiring, pressure-treated lumber can put off different colors, but that's more of flame and not smoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do different burning materials put off different colors of smoke?
No, I would say most of it's either white, kind of grayish, or dark black.
Okay. Have you ever seen a car burn oil?
Burn oil?
Yeah.
Yes,
like
I
have
have.
blue colored exhaust?
I haven't seen that personally.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Members of the jury, any additional questions? Ms. Ortman, may this witness be excused from any subpoena he's under?
Yes, please.
Mr.
Yes.
Crotcho? Okay, thank you for being here, sir. You're free to stay or go as you choose. Okay. Ms. Ortman, you may call your next witness.
The state rests.
Okay. Okay. Members of the jury, I think I'm going to let you out even earlier today than yesterday. I'll let you know that we are running ahead of schedule because I do want to make sure we redeem all the time. The attorneys and I are going to stick around and do some work while I excuse you early. I'll plan on seeing you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay? So I don't have any cute stories tonight to tell you or anything. I'll just ask that you remember the admonition. You not talk about the case. Again, you can tell folks you're on a trial, looks like tomorrow and next Wednesday still potentially. And again, probably not a good idea, unless you have business, some of you live up in the Pine area, but otherwise those are the rest of you, enjoy the parks here in town. Probably not a good night to just go see Pine Strawberry for no reason. So please avoid any positions or spots that were mentioned in this case unless you have an alternative good, valid reason. Okay, I'll excuse our juror for the evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay, please be seated, counsel. The last juror question I read as it was asked, that was question 6. There was no objection. Madam Clerk, I'll hold that to you. Mr. Crawshaw, do you have a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a motion under Rule 20. Judge, I don't think I need to recite the standard, but there is, I don't think any evidence that points to Mr. Yocum lighting any fires, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence. I also don't think there's any evidence, if we just go down, count 1 is criminal damage. There's no evidence that he did that, and there's no evidence that supports a finding on count 1 with regard to value, or that he lit the fires. And the same goes for the remainder of the counts, which is burning of wild lands, which, unless I'm misremembering the counts, that's why we have 4 of them. Mr. High Street testified when asked, as the case agent in this case. I said, is there any evidence? I asked him if there's any evidence that connects Mr. Yocum to these fires, and he said, other than being in the area and having lighters, no. And there's not been any evidence to make anything stronger than that, and that's not enough to continue this trial, and I'm asking for a directed verdict.
Okay. Thank you. The court's going to deny the Rule 20 motion as to count 1. I'll find that there is substantial evidence to move forward. Ms. Ortman, as to counts 2 through 4, I'm not sure that there's been evidence that would allow them to be a Class 6 felony. And I don't know exactly how, it's not necessarily a directed verdict, but I think it does affect what interrogatory I'm going to ask the jurors, because under subsection 3, not only does there need to be the intentional or knowing, but there also needs to be the additional government regulation, ban, et cetera. Would you like to address that?
Your Honor, I think the lessers of the Class 1 and the Class 2 misdemeanors, there is evidence for the lesser included to go to the jury, and that's what I would ask for.
Okay. Mr. Crawshaw, what I'm inclined to do is to counts 2 through 4 is direct a verdict as to the greater crime such that they would not go to, well, and then counsel, if it becomes a misdemeanor, then it's no longer, I don't think it's jury trial eligible. So then I think the court would actually make a ruling on counts 2, 3, and 4. So Mr. Crawshaw, I see Ms. Ortman nodding her head on that. Mr. Crawshaw, would you concur with that?
Yeah, I do, and to protect my client, I didn't prepare for that. And the reason I'm saying I didn't prepare for that instance is, like, I don't think that I would meet any burden of ineffective assistance of counsel.
No.
But I did not prepare for this question.
Yeah, so I think what probably was going to need to happen is, since the jury has already, I think what I would do then is at the end of the case, only submit count 1 to the jury. I would then, following the jury, after we excuse the jury to deliberate, if you'd like to make, you'll make an argument to the jury on count 1. We'll excuse the jury to deliberate. Then after that, you can, if you choose to, you can make additional arguments to the court, and then the court would rule on counts 2 through 4 as either Class 1 or Class 2 misdemeanors. Ms. Ortman, would you like to be heard on that process?
Your Honor, I would have no objection to that process. There is a Raji that I would request if the court is going to proceed with that. It addresses the disposition of other counts. I can certainly get to that to your JA this evening.
I think what you'll need to do, I'm going to ask that you send it to myself and Mark. My JA is out tomorrow. So, Mr. Crawshaw, and I guess we don't necessarily need to decide this exactly right now, depending on what happens, but Mr. Crawshaw, would you like the evening to consider that possibility?
Yes, yes, and the reason being is that I want to argue the fact that they didn't prove counts 2, 3, and 4 as they're charged to the jury.
So, and you're free to do that. I think what Ms. Ortman is arguing is that fundamentally, count 2, 3, and 4 is reckless burning. And I'm going to deny the Rule 20 motion on the count of reckless burning. The question is whether it can be a Class 2, a Class 1 misdemeanor, or a Class 6 felony. And as far as I don't believe there's evidence that it can be a Class 6 felony, so I would not send the Class 6 felony to the jury. Once I'm not sending the Class 6, then it goes from being a jury offense to a court offense, which we ran into this. I don't know, I had another, I think it was Mr. Alcorn's case where we ran into a similar thing where there was an aggravated assault, and then I directed as the aggravated but sent to them, no, it was a endangerment count. And the clerk is nodding her head. So, Mr. Crawshaw, if you went, 13706 is you probably know that since you prepped for the case, but.
And I'm not being obtuse, I just want to make sure I understand the issue is whether or not what are we?
Yeah, so, and I somewhat remember this well because I was sitting in Ms. Ortman's seat at one point in time, and Judge Duber, I was arguing my point to Judge Duber, and he said, Mr. Wright, what you're arguing is the sentencing aspect of the statute, not the substantive aspect of the statute. Subsection A is the crime. We only get to subsection C if there is a finding on subsection A. And I'm making a determination today that the state has not proved that there's no way that subsection C3 in the sentencing aspect could be met.
706C3?
Yes. So 1706.
I only have a C1 and 2.
1706?
Oh, 7. I'm looking at the wrong statute.
Okay.
Of course.
So the court's only making a Rule 20 determination as to the second part of 1706C3.
Correct. I'm
Have-
saying that that the state has, I look at this, if it's sort of, let's say it's a theft charge, instead of this, let's say it's a theft charge, and the state alleged that it's a Class 6 because it exceeded, I don't remember what the theft numbers are, 250 or more, and their evidence showed 249. So it would still be potentially a theft for the trier of fact, but it could not be a felony. So it'd be the lesser included.
And he's charged under 1706A and C4.
Right, but remember on day one when we were talking about jury instructions, the state amended it to C3 because it was listed as C3 and they acknowledged that there wasn't the structures issues.
Correct.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, if the minute entry could reflect, and this is in summary, so the Rule 20 motion as to count 1 is denied. The Rule 20 motion as to count 2 through 4 is granted in part as to whether the offense falls within 1706C3. The court finds that it cannot. And therefore, count 1 will go to the jury. Counts 2 through 4 now are only misdemeanors possibilities, therefore will go to the court. And Ms. Ortman, if you do submit that additional instruction, I'll include that. I'll also remove the instruction for the wildlands burning. Okay.
What will the jury be told?
They will only get an instruction on criminal damage. I believe Ms. Ortman is correct that there is an instruction saying basically if they are given less than all the charges, they're not to look beyond what they're just to decide, I think. And there is a Raji on that, and obviously you'll include Mr. Crawshaw on that, and we'll go from there. So counsel, again, you'll limit your arguments to the jury as to just the criminal damage. There is going to be some overlap in that the basis of the criminal damage is the fire, but the location of the fire is only relevant as to the damage. And then again, after, we'll sort of see where we are on timing, but I'll excuse the jury. And then if you want to make additional argument to me as to the 2 that I'll be making the determination, counts the 3 that I'll be making the determination on, you can. So we'll see where we go. And again, we did this on I don't remember the name of, the Delatorre case. Mr. Kottenberger had one like this, where it was charged as a felony endangerment, but because didn't rise to the felony level, we did it split like this too. So, okay. Now, Mr. Crawshaw, do you know at this point whether you will have witnesses tomorrow, or is that something you need to speak with your client and then tell me first thing tomorrow morning?
No, I know I would, well, I need to speak with him now.
Okay. Let me take a step back. Ms. Ortman, you filed a notice of intent to impeach with 3 felonies. According to my math, all 3 of those are at least 10 years prior to not only the date of the offense, but now. Therefore, unless you complied with the additional and I make findings, I don't think you can impeach him with those. Is that your position?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Crawshaw, as you speak with your client, if he chooses to testify, I'm not going to permit the state to impeach him with the priors as they're too old. So I don't know how that figures into those, okay? Mr. Crawshaw, well, I suspect Ms. Ortman would probably like to get on the road as quickly as possible.
That's fine.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if we meet here at 8:45 tomorrow morning, that way I can have an idea of where everyone's going. I'd like to do that.
I think I'm going to have 2 witnesses.
Okay. So if you're going to have them, if you can make sure they're, whoever they are,
I'm
ready
going
at
to try, one of them's I'm going to warn the court, one of them's Mr. Gatz.
Okay.
And I'm not 100% I'm going to call him, but
Okay.
I've got his contact info, and so I'd rather not be the one transporting him here just because that looks bad, I think, but I don't know.
Well,
I can do it.
probably that if we need to, I can, if it becomes an issue, and I don't know if you asked for a jury instruction, I think, Ms. Ortman, did one of your either sheriff's deputies or someone give him a ride the first day?
One of our investigators did.
Okay, so if there's an issue, I can always advise the jury that at least one of the witnesses appeared, got a ride from each side when he testified.
I don't think it'll be an issue, but
Okay, we can always figure that out. Okay, so we'll come back at 9. Hopefully you'll have your first witness here. Mr. Yoakum, before tomorrow morning, you'll need to decide with Mr. Crawshaw whether you're going to testify or not. You have the absolute right to testify, and if you do, I'm not going to allow Ms. Ortman to inquire about your prior felonies. You also have the right not to testify. Again, talk to Mr. Crawshaw about that. If either way you choose, I will just verify tomorrow morning that you've had sufficient time to talk to him and make that decision, okay? Mr. Crawshaw, do you need some time with Mr. Yoakum now?
Yes.
Okay, and so officer, if you can, we'll probably let you use the side room like you've been using, and then what time, if you'll just work with the deputies on what time you'd like him back tomorrow
We're going
morning.
to start at 9.
Yes,
I would like him back at 8.
okay. So we'll plan on him having it in the side room there. Okay, Mr. Crawshaw, as you speak with your client, if you could also, the state has alleged two aggravators. I think only one of them is going to be applicable now because the value, the amount of harm actually goes into the level. But are you still moving forward with the aggravator of victim harm?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can ask your client, if there is a jury verdict of guilty on the criminal damage, he has a right to have a jury finding on whether there was victim harm on that. I know that may feel redundant, but I think the case law is he can have that. And I've had jurors come back on what we would all say are victim counts and say there is no victim harm. It's a strange thing that we were talking about inconsistencies earlier. They can do that. So if you could find out from him if there is a verdict, if he does want it submitted to the jury. If so, I'm going to get the jury instruction and the verdict form for that prepped tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else then, council, before we recess for the evening?
Not from the state.
Okay. We'll stand at recess. Thank you, everyone.